If I could have your attention, I guess we're going to begin. I'm sure I can be heard. Lorenzo and I just found out we have a shared interest in alto, so as a motto, I will begin with Artaud. I am Mr. Antoine Artaud of the Himalaya, but I passed through Marseille, Cap, Rue de Jardin des Temps, Smyrna, Switzerland, St. Malo, Nicosia, Rome, Paris, Lyon, Berlin, Brussels, Mexico, Ireland. He was in a relation with a woman named Cecil Schramm in Brussels. So that's the impossibility of the sexual relationship and how the one divides into two, ever and ever again. Lorenzo Chiesa is currently director of the GSH, or the Genoa School of Humanities, a former professor of modern European thought at the University of Kent, where he both founded and directed the Center for Critical Thought. He also holds visiting positions in St. Petersburg at both the European University and the Freud Museum. These peregrinations, as well as others through New Mexico, Naples, and Vienna, continue to result in an impressive array of books and edited collections. Sovereignty and Otherness, of course, a philosophical reading of Lacan, pronouncing him a la Americain, published by MIT Press in 2007. Lacan and Philosophy, the New Generation, an edited volume released by Repress last year. Lorenzo has helped spread the word about recent Italian theory in the multi-author collection Italian Thought Today, Bioeconomy, Human Nature, Christianity, Routledge, 2014, as well as exploring nihilism and biopolitics, and in between, in yet another anthology he edited with Alberto Toscano, The Italian Difference, Repress, 2009. Professor Chiesa is also a translator into and out of Italian of Giorgio Agamben, Paolo Verno, and Zizek, no first name required. Future texts include the Not To, Logic and God in Lacan, which will undoubtedly engage one of the unsaids in this thing so far, Badiou. And of course, well, probably won't engage Derrida, but he's been. It's interesting how Derrida, during the 70s, was, you couldn't talk about it. In the 80s, slowly, and then in the 90s it became common coin, and then now it's dépassé, right? And Badiou is the same. People who write on Badiou don't get jobs. Everyone says he's a Maoist or a Stalinist, as if it's all the same. Stalinism, monstrosity, Maoism, monstrosity, but Japan, monstrosity, and of course, America, monstrosity, right? Unless you're a neoliberal, monstrosity goes all around. Anyways, The Virtual Point of Freedom, forthcoming, the Not To from MIT, and The Virtual Point of Freedom from Northwestern. A few notes then, if I may, in regard to what will soon be taking place. In The Unconscious, Structured Like a Language, Chapter 2 of his 2007 Tour de Force, Subjectivity and Otherness, Chiesa explicates how the subject always says, when talking of itself, less than he, she, or it wants to, and when talking to an over-interpreting counterpart, more than he, she, or it would like to. The end result was, or as it is, foreclosed by Lacan long ago, or is it now? In any case, footnote 11 of that book refers us to this gem from book 2 of his seminar. Quote, language entirely operates within ambiguity, and most of the time you know absolutely nothing about what you are saying. What happens, however, when we fast forward to one of the late seminars, Encore, before the masters fall into Finnegan Wake-styled follies, actual incapacities of speech, and a mad mathesis. On y parle de foutre. Je veux dire le verbe en anglais to fuck. Et on y dit que ça ne va pas. In English, and I've consulted the Bruce Fink, and then I have my own screen memory, so I'm just going to go with the screen memory. We are speaking of fucking. That is to say, the verb. En français, foutre. And we are saying that it does not work. He was a funny guy. Today, apparently, I might add, since most of the time I know absolutely nothing, as you probably figured out, about what I am saying, Professor Chiesa will be addressing this ça ne va pas, or this structurally incomplete rapport between the absence of the sexual relationship and the absence of any meta-language. And so, without any further ambiguities, I have the great honor to present to you all Lorenzo Chiesa.
Thank you. Thank you, Joshua, for a very generous introduction. Maybe we should skip the paper and get into the son of a pa and speak about what doesn't work. Let me also thank all the conference organizers and AUB for their very kind invitation. It's really a great pleasure to be in Beirut. So the most basic axiom of Lacanian psychoanalysis is there is no sexual relationship. Il n'y a pas de rapport sexuel. There is no sexual relationship would be empirically and historically circumscribed by the clinic of psychoanalysis, formalized by its theory, yet already self-evident and in this sense intuitively axiomatic in our everyday lives, at the level of our love and sex misadventures. For Lacan, there is no sexual relationship marks both the ultimate deadlock and the origin of subjectivity and sexuation. There are indeed sex liaisons, but they do not rely on a measure or ratio, rapport. So I prefer to translate rapport as measure or ratio between the two sexes. In this sense, and I think here we could open the discussion, in this sense, as Lacan quips in Seminar 19, a good fuck does not in the least refute there is no sexual relationship. Now, a blunt yet persuasive way to explain there is no sexual relationship would be to say, as Lacan says, that most men and women do indeed make love, but with all kinds of difficulties. And for the same reasons, some men and some women, such as certain hysterics, refuse to engage in the sexual act altogether. These difficulties are not only experienced in our everyday lives, but can be observed, studied, and treated as symptoms in the consulting room. They are more widely what generated the request for psychoanalytic treatment in the first place, at a very specific historical moment. Psychoanalysis emerged out of an interest in this predicament and discovered what Lacan calls an element of indetermination. It's a quote. Something non measurable, it says, pertaining to sexual need that renders vain any attempt at founding and understanding the sexual liaisons we undoubtedly establish, which at times lead to copulation and reproduction, as a relationship. So there is no sexual relationship, but there are liaisons. But these liaisons are not founded, cannot be founded on a rapport, a ratio, a measure. A more philosophical way to explain there is no sexual relationship would be to say, with Lacan, that the speaking being, the speaking animal, cannot symbolically represent sex as such, which hence remains a logical impossibility. The absence of the sexual relationship amounts to the absence of sexual meaning. But you put it very clearly, even more clearly than Lacan. And it picks up on this absence, a word, a pun that Lacan formulates in L'Étourdi, putting together sans, meaning, and absence, absence. So the absence of the sexual relationship amounts to the absence of sexual meaning. That is, again, to the absence of a measure or ratio, rapport, where sex is concerned. As Lacan already claims in Seminar 11, in the 60s, quote, in the psyche, there is nothing by which the subject may automatically situate himself, herself, as a male or female being, end of quote. such a sexual localization can be achieved only in a complex, incomplete, and precarious manner by means of culturally mediated equivalents, i.e., the Oedipus complex, Freudianly speaking, or in Lacanian jargon, and I'm simplifying here, but to give you an overall introduction, the so-called phallic function. What is the phallic function? It's Lacan's way of revisiting through formal logic and other inputs the Oedipus complex. The same point, third approach to there is no sexual relationship, the same point can be approached also numerically by means of what Lacan calls the not to, pas de. For Lacan, Homo sapiens as a speaking species is fundamentally characterized by difference. This difference is the sexual difference between the semblance of the one that defines those subjects who are sexed as men, and the not one that defines those subjects who are sexed as women, independently of anatomy. In other words, the not to, pas de, condenses the idea that our love and sex life is dictated by man's impossibility of fusing and desire to fuse with the heteros of woman as a other one, whereby a two as one will follow from the addition of one and one. Concrete sex liaisons that are not a rapport are sustained nonetheless by a transcendental logic, again the phallic function, that attempts to secure this impossibility, the impossibility to fuse one and one. So the not to, what does it mean? Well, it's just summarizing a long book in one sentence, but basically it means that the other sex is not another one. Concrete sex liaisons are sustained by a transcendental logic, the so-called phallic function, that attempts to secure this impossibility and only partly succeeds in doing so, for woman remains not all caught in the semblance of the one. Truth is thus a truth of incompleteness. And this was a kind of introduction, basically trying to summarize the contents of my forthcoming book. And now I get into the paper. Now, there is in my view one particularly delicate matter concerning Lacan's so-called phallic function. That is, again, its logic of sexuation and subjectivation as the logic of the not all or incompleteness. That is the absence of the sexual relationship which the phallic function would structurally alleviate and maintain at the same time the basic transcendental invariant of the speaking animal? Or should it be understood as a historical product, not only in the sense that discursive changes epiphenomenally condition the there is no sexual relationship, but in the deeper sense that there were, or will be, perhaps, historical periods for which this absence, the absence of the sexual relationship, and ensuing dialectic of semblance and truth does not hold. Or also, from a slightly different angle, assuming, as Lacan does, that language is structurally incomplete, and therefore that Homo sapiens cannot avoid the dialectic of semblance and truth that now goes with the phallic function, does this necessarily entail that the absence of any meta-language always corresponds to the absence of the sexual relationship? Because even though Lacan doesn't, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't ever put the two together, there is a tacit presupposition that there is no sexual relationship can be read logically as there is no meta-language. So my question here is, if by chance, perhaps tomorrow, the sexual relationship will be possible, and then we have to say more about that, does that mean that there will be another, let's put it like that, area of human phenomena where the absence of a meta-language will appear? And I'll return to this point later. In this paper, I will briefly introduce how in his seminars of the late 60s and early 70s, where he repeatedly hints at these issues, Lacan develops two fascinating yet apparently incompatible narratives. I will then attempt to connect one narrative with the other, and this will finally lead me to question the ontological status of the absence of the sexual relationship and the phallic function. In the discussion, we could then see how the historicist temptation Lacan finally does not succumb to intersects, overlaps perhaps, with Foucault's consideration on human nature, especially in his 1971 conversation with Chomsky. So, according to the first Lacanian narrative, there is no sexual relationship is only legitimate from within the epistemological horizon set by modern science and successively complicated by psychoanalysis historically. On the other hand, the second narrative posits the transhistorical validity of the absence of the sexual relationship with regard to the species Homo sapiens as such, thereby pointing to wider ontological interrogations, which I think Lacan is often too quick in dismissing as irrelevant to psychoanalytic discourse. Preliminarily, we should note that this second alternative, the one about the transhistorical validity of the absence of the sexual relationship as such, is linked, yet does not really tackle the vexed question of the origins of language and the role of sex in it. Why? Well, because this question, generally vetoed by Lacan, simply presupposes that the absence of the sexual relationship in parallel with language is the fundamental transcendental invariant of the speaking animal, without explaining really how this came into place. This is made quite explicit in the following passage from Seminar 19, which is worth, I think, quoting in full. Lacan writes, "Speech, the way it functions, depends, is conditioned as speech by the fact that it is, for it, as speech, precisely forbidden to function with regard to said sexual relationship in any way that allows it to account for it. I am not in the process, and this is important, of according the primacy to anything in this correlation, absence of the sexual relationship, language. I'm not saying that speech exists because there is no sexual relationship. I'm not saying either that there is no sexual relationship because speech is there. But," he continues, "there is certainly not a sexual relationship because speech functions at a level of which psychoanalytic discourse has discovered the preeminence." So, the point here is to say that the second alternative, or one of the two alternatives, one according to which the absence of the sexual relationship is a transhistorical invariant of the human species as such, is, again, connected with the question about the origins of language and the role of sex in it, but doesn't really provide a genetic explanation. And we could discuss them later. There are places where Lacan hints at possible genetic biological explanations also of this correlation. Now, let us turn to the first narrative, one of the two narratives, the one for which there is no sexual relationship is only legitimate from within the epistemological horizon set by modern science. I would argue that this narrative acquires all its significance if we give the right emphasis to the fact that there is no sexual relationship does not involve an impossibility of representing sex in general, but more specifically of writing it in the guise of a ratio. Lacan says, A applied to B, a ratio that adopts the algebraic reasoning of modern science. And most importantly, follows its logic as a deductive logic that nonetheless stems from and leads to the limit of logic qua real intuition. The view of the absence of the sexual relationship thus amounts here, according to this narrative, to the persistence of this real intuition that resists science's written manipulations of it. A real on which these very manipulations, the scientific formulas, if you want to put it very bluntly, paradoxically relied, as well periodically returned to. As openly conceded by Lacan in the Seminar 18, we can, for instance, still write the sexual relationship as yin applied to yang, or men are from Mars applied to women are from Venus, as well as believe that a better grasp of the universality of these allegedly complementary principles would solve our sentimental problems. Zizek has written about that. I mean, this is the way in which he reads the success of New Age culture. What we cannot write, even if we write yin applied to yang, or men are from Mars applied to women are from Venus, what we cannot write, I would add to unpack Lacan's cursory observations, is the E equals MC2 of sex. Or better, we cannot write the way in which the E and M, I'm referring to the Einsteinian formula of the two sexes, are not related by any predetermined constant C2. But in so doing, not being related, are nonetheless involved in a contingent, phallic, non-relational relationship that may give rise with difficulty to copulation and reproduction. In other words, from this stance, from this first narrative, psychoanalysis itself is nothing else than the product of the historical impasse of subjecting sex to modern scientific discourse, within which psychoanalysis is nonetheless contained. Unsurprisingly, despite its discovery of the unconscious transgression of the law of non-contradiction, Freud's project always follows a scientific motivation, even when he identifies the final word of psychoanalysis with the emphasis of the so-called rock of castration and the negation of femininity. For Freud, at bottom, I believe, it is because for the time being, these impasses cannot be explained by the discourse of science, now enriched by provisional psychoanalytical findings, that men and women do have problems with sex, not vice versa. I.e., it's not because there is a structural and even biological difficulty with sex that science cannot explain sex. Lacan stepped forward in this context, in the context whereby the absence of the sexual relationship is legitimate only within a certain epistemological context dictated by modern science. Lacan stepped forward in this context would be to develop a logic of the not all, i.e. the phallic function, as our logic of sexuation and subjectivation that writes precisely the logical irreducibility of sex to the logic of modern science, and thus challenges modern science from within. How? Well, by reminding modern science of its, modern science's, mutual dependence with a de-universalized universe, a universe that is not one, which imposed itself historically and epistemologically at a given point in time, let's say roughly with Galileo and Newton. According to this account, according to this narrative, it appears that the truth of the absence of the sexual relationship, or truth of incompleteness, marks, as Lacan admits on some occasion, just a, quote, historical phase. It signals a certain, Lacan says, frontier between the symbolic and the real, quote, that is due to the historically recent emergence of psychoanalytical discourse in the wake of the discourse of modern science, end of quote. Even more explicitly, Lacan writes that, quote, the interest of what I am highlighting all the time does not lie in saying that things, i.e. the absence of the sexual relationship, have always been the same at the point to which we have got to, end of quote. Although we only here tell of it from the outside, hypothetically at least, there were and there will be, quote Lacan, places where there occurs between men and women this harmonious conjunction which makes them believe they are in seventh heaven, end of quote. In one instance, in a quite unexpected anticipation of Deleuze and Guattari's fascination with Taoist sex and coitus reservatus, Lacan goes as far as to suggest that, quote, the relational sexual life of ancient China will perhaps flower again. And this is, I think, like 6 months before Anti-Oedipus. It seems to me that however cautious and fragmentary these statements may be, they nonetheless blatantly, clearly clash with Lacan's much more frequent view that language and the absence of the sexual relationship are structurally reciprocal, independently of any cultural variation. Even if we limit ourselves to a scrutiny of seminars 17 and 18, those in which the Il n'y a pas de rapport sexuel is first introduced in an overt manner, we find ample evidence that Lacan supports the idea of the transhistorical validity of there is no sexual relationship, or, to put it more generally, the truth of incompleteness, we could say. Quote, Lacan, language does not account for the sexual relationship. Very straightforward. Another quote, language has its field reserved within the gap of the sexual relationship. Yet another quote, language only connotes in the final analysis the impossibility of symbolizing the sexual relationship among the beings that inhabit language, end of quote. Conversely, as we've seen, Lacan does not intend to privilege one of the two terms of this correlation, language, absence of the sexual relationship. He says, it is from this habitat, i.e. from the impossibility of symbolizing the sexual relationship, that they are able to speak. Still more conclusively, he writes, quote, the signifier is not made for the sexual relationship. Once the human being is speaking, it's the end of this perfection, this harmony in copulation, which quite possibly is impossible to find anywhere in nature, end of quote. Now, how to put these two narratives together? This is the big question. Or can we put them together? Leaving aside his most extreme pronouncements, such as those about Taoist sex, which might be deliberately ironic and provocative, we could argue that Lacan, after all, adopts a position of compromise between these two alternative narratives we just exposed. That is to say, for us, moderns or postmoderns, the speaking being is inextricable from the absence of the sexual relationship, because the anti-totalizing orientation of modern scientific discourse has for the first time in history let the speaking being grasp the constitutive incompatibility between language and sex, which was veiled efficaciously by all traditional theories of knowledge as structures of fiction about the existence of the sexual relationship. And as you probably know, Lacan doesn't make a distinction between Aristotelian metaphysics and Taoist and Taoist teachings. And for him, at bottom, both ancient episteme and non-Western traditional knowledges are theories of knowledge about the sexual relationship ultimately. I mean, it's quite controversial, we can discuss that. There's a big equation there. The break for him, the coupure, is Galileo and what followed. But opting for such a compromised reading actually opens more questions than it answers. Regardless of whether this is achieved through a rigid matrimonial codification of copulation and an oppressive stigmatization of non-reproductive sexual practices, as in the Christian West, or by means of a no less regimented set of sexual techniques able to promote the joyous belief to be in seventh heaven by retaining one semen as long as possible, as in ancient China. Regardless of that, does a structure of fiction that is capable of perfectly veiling the absence of the sexual relationship not amount, precisely as a fiction, as a semblance, to a pre-human rapport relation? Note that in the seminars of the 70s, Lacan continues to uphold the idea already present in his first writings of the 30s and 40s that semblance also regulates at the imaginary level the reproduction of non-speaking animals, as shown by the link between sexual display and copulation. So it seems that in the end, the two accounts of the impact of history on the absence of the sexual relationship remain diametrically opposed, and our attempt at mediating between them only gave rise to a trickier pair of options, which underlie Lacan's arguments, but between which this time he himself would most probably find it difficult to choose for good reason. What is this trickier pair of options? What do we obtain if we push to the extreme these two alternatives? Well, either Galileo and Newton were responsible for the loss of our Edenic animalic, albeit as such already fictional innocence about sex, and thus by the same token responsible for rendering us, strictly speaking, human, or on the contrary, and I quote Lacan, man and woman, insofar as we might define them as, by a simple biological pinpointing, are these beings who are in difficulty with sexual jouissance and relations. End of quote. In this latter case, if it is just a matter of a simple biological pinpointing, there is of course no way of structurally distinguishing the dialectic of truth and semblance at work in traditional knowledge, episteme, from that which allows the de-universalization of the universe supposedly introduced by modern science and continued by psychoanalysis. What is the general point here? To put it very bluntly, either if we push these two alternative takes on the impact of history on there is no sexual relationship, what do we obtain? Either we obtain a radical historicism for which the species as such is produced by history at a very specific moment, or we end up with a radical naturalism for which there is no history. This further tension is rendered all the more palpable when Lacan brings into play biology. On the one hand, he keeps on repeating that sex can only be represented phallically, and that castration, i.e. the absence of a sexual relationship, is thus paradoxically, quote, biologically essential for the reproduction of speaking beings as living beings, end of quote. On the other hand, he also does not exclude the possibility that the very science of biology may well be able to find a way to write the sexual relationship, i.e. to establish a rapport. I think these tensions open a number of very interesting, vast questions. Does this mean that biological science has in the near, not so near future, a chance to change, or better to rectify, our deficient biology, and consequently, considering that castration, as seen, is biologically essential for the reproduction of the species, turn us into another species? If so, will this transformation and ensuing elimination of the risk of extinction inherent to the very perpetuation of our species as the species for which reproduction is not guaranteed, paradoxically entail also a dissociation of reproduction from the sexual act? Lacan seems to suggest precisely this when he claims that, and I quote, what jouissance leads to does not strictly have anything to do with copulation, insofar as it is, let us say, copulation, the usual style. It will change, he says, through which reproduction is carried out in the species of the speaking being, end of quote. Moreover, it is hard to establish whether Lacan thinks that a science able to write, hypothetical future science able to write the sexual relationship, would indeed involve the emergence of a post-human, non-linguistic meta-language centered on an effortless self-programming of the species, or instead the opening up of a new kind of logical impasse, a new Rio, in a domain different from sex. The further and even more likely possibility Lacan appears to envisage is that such a science fiction scenario, he calls it, could amount to just another obscurantist phase of consolidation of phallic semblance, namely the imposition of a regressive holistic belief in the techno-religious ability to write what actually has never stopped and will never stop not writing itself for Homo sapiens, i.e. the sexual relationship. Now, let's try to mediate this disposition and see where we get to. With the exception, I would say, of his most radical claims on the topic, which I have highlighted on purpose so as to oppose any facile and normative reading, we should assume that with regard to the influence of history on the il n'y a pas de rapport sexuel, Lacan eventually adopts an intermediate position. This is similar to the one we exposed earlier and put us into troubles, but also presents a minor yet considerable difference from it. That is, the absence of the sexual relationship constitutes the transcendental precondition of possibility of the speaking animal, which is throughout history more or less imperfectly, never perfectly, sutured by the phallic function. Thus, the phallic function is itself an integral element of the transcendental. To put it simply, the absence of the sexual relationship and the phallic function are, respectively, the real and symbolic aspects of the transcendental. As Lacan often contends in these years, in the early 70s, structure is the real. Quote, structure is to be understood in the sense that it is that which is most real. It is the real itself. I stress that this is no way a metaphor, he says, end of quote. So if we adopt this intermediate position, trying to mediate between these two different narratives about the impact of history on the absence of the sexual relationship, Plato, as Lacan has it, could well be a Lacanian anti-scientific and literary. St. Paul can found Christian doctrine on an oblique understanding of the irreducibility of sexual difference. Yet, on the other hand, the passage from the closed pre-modern universe of religion and episteme to the open universe of modern science marks indeed a weakening of the phallic suture that could nonetheless, in the future, be again reinforced, for instance by means of genetic engineering, in concomitance with a ossification of science into a unitary Weltanschauung, unable to accept the proliferation of incompatible Weltanschauungen modern science has itself given rise to. Just to bring in another voice, my considerations here, I think, intersect quite well with what Jean-Claude Milner says about Lacan's understanding of the persistence of ancient science, pre-modern science, episteme, in modernity and beyond. To sum up very quickly Milner's argument, one, the episteme of an ancient science from which modern science separates is more a structural figure than a properly historical entity. Two, it is therefore true that episteme as a historical figure has disappeared with Galileo and Newton, but some of its defining traits remain because the ego, or dispositivo sameness, remains independently of periodizations. Three, sort of conclusion, where I think I agree very much with Milner, and we are tackling similar problems, but from a slightly different perspective. Three, Lacan's theory of discourses amounts in the end to an anti-history, i.e. the perpetuity of the phallic function, which nonetheless, and this is important, allows us to think history as periodizations, as a non-chronological and more generally non-successive articulations of the concept of cap, coupure. I now come to the final part of the paper, if we are okay with time.
No, we're fine.
It's just possibly the more ontological part, and where I'm trying to actually move with Lacan beyond Lacan. We try to, find a intermediate position between these two alternatives, these two narratives about the impact of history on the absence of the sexual relationship. We seem to have found an intermediate position which is satisfying and doesn't lead us to quite paradoxical and extreme pronouncements concerning the alternative between historicism and naturalism. But still, I think, and I'll try to say why, Lacan doesn't really find a solution to these questions he's opening. Okay? And that's precisely why I find it so fascinating, because it's true, like Lacan's oeuvre is always a work in progress, but I think on these issues, he goes into opposite directions, and it's the non-systematic approach he has to these issues, and the continuous self-questioning, which I find very fascinating. to then use these questions in my own way for, in order to formulate like other ontological, in my case, questions and problems. Now, following Lacan's own logical and methodological premises closely, the solution I have just proposed about the absence of a sexual relationship constituting the transcendental precondition of possibility of the speaking animal as more or less imperfectly secured by the phallic function still remains problematic on a different level. The transcendental absence of the sexual relationship as the axiomatic truth of logic to court, as the truth of incompleteness, should, according to Lacan, not be turned into a truth about truth. The big question is, of course, how do we do that? Unlike philosophy, psychoanalysis moves from a refusal of what Lacan calls a metalinguistic, he says, mapping of where we've got to in our accumulation of knowledge. Psychoanalysis rather starts off from hypotheses that do not claim to be dealing with what he calls the foundation of things, but with the conditional of a truth. In other words, psychoanalysis will be dealing with a if that can be articulated and verified in its empirical consequences only at a logical level, without this predicating anything about the truth of the hypothesis. If this is the case, what I've just said, the absence of the sexual relationship as axiomatic truth of incompleteness, which is as such an axiom of conditional truth, is itself to be taken as conditional. Namely, its truth cannot be predicated of the foundation of things. In other words, the if clause that can be articulated and verified empirically in its consequences only at a logical level, without disclaiming anything about the truth of the hypothesis, applies also to the there is no sexual relationship. If there is no sexual relationship, as emerged intuitively in the psychoanalytical cabinet at a specific moment in history, thanks to the discourse of the hysteric, then Lacan can derive a logic of sexuation that accounts for both our structural difficulty with sex and the palliative value of the talking cure. Yet, and this is crucial, this logic, the logic of sexuation, the logic of the not all, does not ontologically corroborate the truth of the hypothesis, i.e. the truth of there is no sexual relationship. Maybe Lacan's multiple oscillations in this context, as we've seen, including what we could call his relativistic historicist temptation, e.g. the statements he makes about the harmonious sexual life of ancient China, maybe Lacan's multiple oscillations are due precisely to his sensing the risk of ending up installing the truth of sexual incompleteness as a truth about truth, which is, very bluntly put, I think, Meillassoux' problem, among others. The failure to articulate openly and possibly solve such a tension signals, in my opinion, the most noticeable limit of Lacan's theory of sexuation, if not of his teaching in general. This is not a matter you actually have a conclusive or even like convincing answer about. This is the point, I believe, where we need to move beyond Lacan's work whilst availing ourselves of its logical impasses, as much as of the unacknowledged or repudiated extra psychoanalytical, i.e. ontological insights prompted by them, by these impasses. In order to do so, I think it is necessary to transgress the prohibition, which is really a prohibition in Lacan's work, to venture into an inquiry on the origins of language, or the genesis of structure, which Lacan would consider as traditionally philosophical, that is, devoted to the discourse of the one. And I come to my provisional conclusion. I'm trying to put together a number of things I develop in more detail in my book. My philosophical conclusion is that on this level, we eventually need to confront the if function of the transcendental, there is no sexual relationship, as an ultimate conditional truth that is in itself unconditionally either true or false, but most importantly remains for us truly undecidable with regard to its truth value. I repeat this point. We eventually need, moving with Lacan, beyond Lacan, to confront the if function of the transcendental, there is no sexual relationship, as an ultimate, final, conditional truth that is in itself unconditionally either true or false, but most importantly, remains for us truly undecidable with regard to its truth value. The truth of incompleteness is the transcendental, which is as such either true, the truth about the truth of incompleteness, or false, in which case incompleteness is in the end complete. Why not? And the absence of the sexual relationship eventually resolves itself into a relation, a rapport, from the standpoint, we could say, of outside language, if you wish, that of a God who willingly deceives us. Furthermore, the absence of the sexual relationship could also equate as such with a relation, a rapport, from the very standpoint of language, should language, be inseparable from a God who deceives us by first and foremost deceiving himself. In this case, the conditional truth of the absence of sexual relationship would ultimately be both true and false at the same time. In other words, the truth of incompleteness is for Lacan a function, and he repeatedly stresses that, which at the same time amounts to the phallic function as a suturing of incompleteness. For speaking animals, such truth as a function is neither true nor false. A function, Lacan says at one point, is what it is. And this is, however, only the outcome of critique. But stopping here only leads Lacan, and this is my critique to his critical, in Kantian sense, approach. Stopping here, saying that truth is only a function that is neither true nor false, stopping here leads Lacan to the two incompatible narratives we have described in the paper, namely that which absolutizes incompleteness and that which historically relativizes it. To overcome this impasse, we have, I think, to fully acknowledge that truth as a thus defined function can nonetheless be metacritically thought as in itself either true or false, or both at the same time. Undecidability should then make us decide for incompleteness on a level that is no longer logical, but ethical and political. That is, we should act, and this is pretty much like the general conclusion of my book, that is, we should act as if the deceiving God, one, did not exist. In this way, the truth of incompleteness is practically absolutized only by acquiring a new and more viable kind of conditionality. That is to say, locating it at a level that is ethical and political and no longer logical. Why? Well, because on the logical level, undecidability is the final word. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If your head is not hurting, you haven't understood anything. I guess we'll open it out to the floor. Please, in the front row.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the expose. This is really fantastic, actually. But I would appreciate it if you give us your own subjective criticism of the notion, Lacanian notion of the absence of sexuality, and if you can extrapolate on the Lacanian position towards Christianity and, if possible, Taoism and Islam, if you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, there's much to say, really. My take on there is no sexual relationship, my take is actually what I tried to condense, and it was pretty dense, I have to acknowledge, in the conclusion. That is to say, there is no sexual relationship. What is the risk? Let's put it very, very generally. What is the risk? If we take there is no sexual relationship to be an axiom that does not only pertain to the clinical psychoanalysis, but it's a more general axiom of incompleteness as applied to the specificity of psychoanalysis. If that is the case, if this is the kind of operation we make as philosophers with Lacanian psychoanalysis, then the big problem is how not to turn incompleteness into the ultimate form of completeness. And before I said, like, in a way, this is like Meillassoux problem. And my fascination with Lacan is that actually he senses this very urgent ontological problem in a very much more psychoanalytical way, but he actually hesitates in dealing with it, not to say solve it. And this is what actually ends up producing two totally incompatible narratives with regard to the relationship between there is no sexual relationship, bluntly put, the truth of incompleteness, and history. And that's my personal take. That is to say, this is one of the specific places in Lacan's work where a philosopher can learn a lot out of his own impasses and his sincerity in actually not caring about the fact that he's developing two different lines of inquiry at the same time. That would be, but we can expand on that later. But the other 2 points, the other point, the point with the point about Christianity, Taoism, and Islam. Well, it's a question about atheism and the existence of God. And what I do argue in my book very strongly, and this again has to do with my own critique of Meillassoux, is that Lacan is actually very cogently trying to develop a form of materialist agnosticism. Again, he senses very, very clearly the fact that as soon as we open our mouth, we, in a sense, logically presuppose God. Of course, this is not to say that this is a God with anthropomorphic, whatever kind of features you want to attribute to him, but the question of God is the question of the meta-language that very likely does not exist, but nevertheless we have to presuppose. As long as, I think the quote in Seminar 20 goes as long as anybody will continue uttering any sentence, the God hypothesis, he says, will persist. So that's the general take on religion, or on religion theology, I would say. And then there are a lot of provocations in Lacan to say you think like theologians, because they have to deal with these questions very closely, are in a sense have a much more materialist inclined approach to the question of God than alleged materialists who actually have thrown God in the dustbin of history. And actually, we could go into other discussions here, very interesting ones. I think, in my opinion, personally, I mean, this is one of the greatest problems with Badiou. That is to say, he writes that, and he's written that in a sense, like the question of God is over. I mean, Nietzsche, in a way, is enough, and that's the lineage Badiou. That's a negative lineage Badiou Meillassoux. I think that move made by Badiou is what creates Meillassoux, then, in a sense, and. But I think like Lacan is much more sensible to this issue. I mean, the death of God actually opens up new questions about the existence or non-existence of God. Taoism and Islam, there's very little about Islam in Lacan, but there are, of course, Lacanian writing quite convincingly about the relationship between psychoanalysis and Lacanian psychoanalysis and Islam. Taoism is completely different. I mean, Taoism is the epitome, according to Lacan, of a totalizing kind of knowledge that, in sensing the fact that all theories of knowledge are ultimately rooted in a supposed sexual knowledge, provides an all-encompassing fiction which works in a way. So. Taoism it doesn't speak in detail about Taoism. Let me just put it more provocatively. It thinks that actually even modern biology, and because biology for Lacan is actually sort of like a retarded science. I mean, it's still animistic, pre-modern stage. It thinks that in a way, biology, the XXXY way of explaining sex provided by biology is still in a way a form of traditional knowledge in like Taoism. You know, what Taoism provides for Lacan is sort of like the model of a explanation of sexual difference through two complementary principles. So it's a knowledge that actually obscures the truth of the absence of the sexual relationship. I hope I answered your question.
If I can just, I'm rather obsessed with world history and theology, and we seem to be talking about Tantra rather than Taoism, because China and its historiographers, especially now, as the giant is awaking in Napoleon's terms, they tend to do one thing, which is lie. The Mongolian invasions never happened. Buddha was actually Lao Tzu and was Chinese. Everything, you know, actually, I follow, what's his name? And Joseph Needham makes it very clear that China invented everything technological, but India invented everything God. And this comes from Marshall Hodgins, who also wrote a history of Islam. And what's important to note here, what I really liked about this idea that did it come out of modern science and algebra and inscription, or did it always exist? But algebra, the zero, as what made mathematics, i.e. Plato didn't have the zero. So much to Badiou's consternation, Plato and post-zero mathematics have really nothing to do with each other. Plato's a child when it comes to mathematics, right? And Ray and I have had arguments about this, and this can cause some consternation. But once you have the zero and algebra, then you can actually have inscription, and then you can have modern science in its, you know, the post 1492 mode, which has led us into the African scene. So it's very problematic, and then algebra and Islam would have some relation as well. I mean, so it's very problematic once we start dealing with world history and theology. And as for Badiou and his atheism, he had 4 atheistic grandparents. So transference. I find atheism for hipsters. But anyways, please.
Yeah, brilliant paper, and really makes me think. And what's brilliant about it, or at least what's making me think, is the relationship between Lacan and modal logic and theology. And I hear you as at the level of logic and philosophy of science, saying 2 things when you say there is no sexual relationship. One is that there is sex, but no possibility of a theory of sex, using as your model of a theory, the theory that commensurates energy and mass by means of the speed of light. Who knew that the speed of light was something that commensurates energy and mass? But there may be something that commensurates men and women comparable to the speed of light. So the assertion is there is, as far as we know, no such thing as the speed of light yet. But the second element of your argument, it seems to me, is about modal logic, that we can't quantify it for sex. Yeah, that there is no such thing as sex. And that, you see, that's sort of the more interesting hypothesis here. Because in the first version of what you say, if there's no theory of sex, there can still be models of sex. So maybe the equation would be a partial differential equation that would be used to describe all of the things that go into it, holding every other thing that goes into it constant. And we don't know how they fit together, but we know what the elements would be. And then models of sex would simply describe language in Lacanian terms as a fetishization, as opposed to a theory, because each model could be taken as a fetish for what is ultimately untheorized, but not untheorizable. But the more interesting question, I think, is what theology to use for the, you can easily do the no models of sex, but we might have a theory. What theology do you use for the fact that we cannot name sex? And it seems to me that the relevant place to go, and I'd like you to comment on this, is apophatic theology. Right. The theology about the names of God. Right. There's no relationship with God because God is unnameable. And the unnameability of God, is theologized at sort of this particular pre-Thomistic Nicholas of Cusa Islamic, unnameability stuff, mysticism. There's a mysticism about unnameability.
No, I never thought about that, but yes, well, thank you for bringing the connection with apophatic theology. I never thought in those terms. I have to say, maybe more of a compliment to what you were saying rather than an answer. But what really fascinates me is this science fiction scenario describes. I mean, the future of the life sciences. This is possibly because I work quite a lot on the connection between psychoanalysis and biology. The idea that actually the EMC2 of sex, we cannot exclude the fact that actually in 50 years, biology can reproduce human life, excluding reproduction. I think that that's much more fascinating to me than the fantasy or the historical relativism about the ancient, supposedly harmonious sexual life in China, right? I mean, I find this like science fiction, as he calls them, like description in Lacan, which are, by the way, still already present in early Lacan, with his like condemnation of genetic engineering, for instance. Very fascinating because it opens a whole set of questions and radicalizes the two narratives concerning the impact of history on the absence of sexual relationship I have tried to delineate. One has to avoid the, I would call it, the Kojèvian temptation, of course. I mean, if we can, in 2 centuries, self-reproduce as a species without actually, well, dividing jouissance, sexual jouissance from reproduction. This is the whole point. I mean, what Lacan is saying there is like, why not? Why can science not do that? And I think we are pretty close to that. The risk there, philosophically, is to say, you know, this is an end of history scenario. No. So what I'm fascinated about is actually how he hints at possible ways in which our relationship to incompleteness could change. You know, like, if sex is no longer a problem, let's put it very bluntly. I mean, if in order to reproduce as a species, we just push a button. What is that? Is that a sort of like would that create a sort of like a meta-linguistic, non-linguistic civilization, kind of like Godard's Alphaville? I think that would be quite naive and very, very Kojèvian in a sense. It would open probably up another sort of phenomenological completeness in another area of human life, basically. But this is quite vast. It's fascinating.
I believe
Yes.
and then Jody, and then Hatim. Oh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lorenzo. Actually, it's quite, I'm very excited about your paper because it's at the same time so very close to what I'm thinking and so very different from what I'm thinking. I really think there is a kind of a important difference in the way that we conceive of these things. And I would perhaps just start by picking up what was just said about, okay, let's suppose that science replaces sexual reproduction. But I think nobody ever claimed that sex is problematic because of the sexual reproduction. I mean, this works, even if we have, already now we have science kind of helping people to reproduce, or it could be completely replaced by another kind of reproduction. But I think that there is no sexual relation, does not at all question this point of whether sexual reproduction as such, biologically speaking, works or not. I mean, it works as it works in animals or whatever. So the point about, what is Freudian notion of sexuality is that actually, why it is that in human beings, sexual reproduction as such is sexualized. There is this double move. I mean, it is not, what is it that makes it sexy? I mean, there is always this kind, it's not that it's simply because it involves sexual organs that it is sexual. I mean, this is the ABC of Freud. There is something that kind of has the capacity to sexualize both sexual intercourse and the most seemingly asexual things like eating, whatever. I mean, so, and this gap is the whole enigma of what Freud. But I think that there is, these are very difficult questions, so I'm not sure if I will be able to formulate it so shortly, but I think the reason why you were able to formulate this kind of impasse of Lacan, or this kind of, that he actually cannot, he's brought to say a kind of meta-statement, to say, okay, there is no sexual relation, is the ultimate truth of truth. But I think the reason is the way, there is something, I would say, slightly lacking in your original disposition of what this means. Because what I heard from what you were saying was, okay, there is no sexual relationship, this is why there is only this kind of patchwork of sexual, let's say, practices or people relating to each other, which only have functions. So in this perspective, the non-relationship is perceived as an obstacle to our having this kind of full harmonious relationship. Whereas what Lacan says explicitly is that the non-relationship is what dictates the logic and the contradictions of the relations as we know them. And I think this is a much stronger ontological claim, which means that there is this negativity which is actually built in every relation that we have and established. It is not simply that we kind of try to make it or overcome it. So, and this is why I think for him it is a matter of logic and of ontologic, because it is only why, and I think also then this kind of, the whole question for me, or the important territory of investigation, is not so much this question of before or after a language, or could we go somewhere else, but precisely the relationship between this negativity, however ontological negativity, however we formulate it, and what appears out of it. I mean, this is the interesting. I mean, and here in the history takes place here. I think it's, and also the changes. I mean, it's not. So I have the impression that there is something to be, because otherwise, I think to say there is no sexual relation amounts precisely to the equivalent of men are from Mars and women are from Venus. This is the same claim. If you take it this way, they're incompatible. So this is why this explains. I'm not saying that you are saying this, but this is then the way to understand Lacan, that he gives us the ultimate explanation of our miseries in relation, which I don't think is exactly what he's doing. I think what he's doing is precisely trying to kind of pin down the certain contradiction inherent to the very logic of discursivity that structures what is there positively, and that we cannot. Sorry.
No, I think like when you're saying, well, this is just a, like simplified section or condensed section of much broader project and chapter, etc., etc. But I'm not sure we are so far, we are so distant. I think maybe this paper might have sounded like I was stressing too much the impasse side of there is no sexual relationship, but I think I made it quite clear that actually it's two sides of the same coin. That is to say, there is no sexual relationship is actually the very conditional possibility for the existence of sex liaisons. And in a way, Lacan is very much interested in showing how, as you said yourself, like generally speaking, negativity works in the constitution of a logic. But this is just, I think we totally agree, and I think when we, exchange more material of our recent material, I think that is where we totally agree. It's just a specific take I took here, stance I took here, which maybe overshadowed that aspect. But if there is methodological, if I may so, distinction, is one thing I didn't agree with you about is precisely when you said sex is for Lacan not problematic at the level of sexual reproduction. No, I don't think so. And I think that maybe your impression that actually I'm forgetting what is most obvious in Lacan, which is what you said, is caused by the fact that I don't want to forget two levels of that there is no sexual relationship, which are very present, even if you just stick to text in Lacan himself. One is the biological level, another one is the intuitive. And why are these two questions very important? The biological one, because otherwise you cannot dialogue with contemporary developments in life sciences. I mean, the fact that sex, why sex is fun, right? Diamond's book. The fact that sex is for life scientists themselves like pretty weird human sex. I mean, you cannot avoid that question. And as long as, the difficulty, Lacan uses the paradox. I mean, we are the species for which, and I was almost paraphrasing, reproduction is not guaranteed. Nevertheless, we ended up overpopulating the planet and possibly destroying. I think that should be taken quite literally whenever you find references to that. Because otherwise you actually overemphasize the logical aspect of there is no sexual relationship and you don't have a material ground on which not only to dialogue with the life sciences, but also to prevent the accusation of idealinguisterie, as Lacan, Badiou would say. That is to say that actually Lacanianism is in the end a form of idealism. That's one level. The other level, the intuitive level, and this is where I actually get into troubles with Lacanian analysts usually, who also tell me, really, you are not emphasizing the right aspect of there is no sexual relationship, is very important for me in terms of method. I.e., if Lacan were not saying that empirically, in our everyday life, intuitively in our daily life, we already perceive that there is no sexual relationship, then as a philosopher, the question, why am I using psychoanalysis, is very difficult to answer. You know, when I speak of, let's go to the term axiom. So there is no sexual relationship is axiomatic in terms of the logic, formalized logic, the formation of Frege, etc., that Lacan developed, right? It's axiomatic in that sense. But it's also axiomatic, and I left this aside, because it ties in with Milner. When I say that there is no sexual relationship is axiomatic for Lacan, I also mean it's intuitively axiomatic in an ancient Greek sense. You know, it's a self-evident intuitive truth. And I think that's also an aspect of there is no sexual relationship, which should not be forgotten, but I totally agree with you that actually, even statistically speaking, most of the time Lacan is speaking about generalizing the logical aspect of there is no sexual relationship. But I don't want to forget the sort of like everyday, stupid, intuitive aspect of it, and the material aspect, the biological material aspect.
Okay, we will continue this.
Yeah.
All right, if we could turn it over to Jody then, please, for another question.
Yeah, I think that my version is just a smaller version of Alenka's better posed question, but I got very bogged down in the association of biological sex and reproduction. And then in your response just now, you said, you know, I don't know, humans are we are the species for whom reproduction is not guaranteed. But another way to understand that would be, but is there such a species for whom reproduction is guaranteed? Or would it be that, or would another way to think about it be to say reproduction is never guaranteed, and there are different kinds of problems that can accompany reproduction? So that's one part of the question. A second part of the question is, why are you making reproduction the biological element of sex that is the one that could potentially be solved in some sort of future, which is actually, you know, pretty much right now? I mean, we don't really need to have, you know, like, you don't really need to have a man present you know, for there to be pregnancy and, you know, new people. Right? That's not you know, an essential kind of thing. But to then make that somehow the next phase doesn't seem like it says anything. It seems more symptomatic or illustrative of this. There is no sexual relationship, right? So the logical extension is you know, make a world without men. I'm thinking of Shulamith Firestone and the dialectic of sex as in the kind of good feminist fantasy of reproduction. But it's not a way out of there's no sexual relationship. It's just more a kind of extension. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but I'm
It does.
okay.
It does. I'll try to tackle first the first question. Why? Well, the general question is why so much emphasis on reproduction? First of all, because in a sense, I think this is like a consequence of trying to read the Lacan that is not usually commented on. There is such an interest in Lacan. Up to seminar 20, there was this short passage on St. Paul in the paper where he says basically, you know, like Christianity was possibly the first theory of knowledge of sense. There is no sexual relationship. It's all structured around that, then you can say no, it doesn't make any sense. But nevertheless, you have continued to reproduce yourself to the present number, like Lacan says in 720. So there is such a concern. So first answer, why do I care so much about this issue of reproduction in connection with there is no sexual relationship, which is not primarily about reproduction, you know, as a axiom, in a way, also as a mantra, in a way. So first answer, I do care about that a lot because actually it's in Lacan, you know, right? More specifically, what about the other species? This is where I think it's so interesting to evidence the tensions in Lacan, because this becomes automatically an ontological question. You know, like what about the sexuality of animals? And Lacan, in that regard, has again like a convoluted sort of path. Initially, he's Heideggerian. You know, I would say like in the early seminars, it's the open against the closed environment. You know, even quotes Konrad Lorenz repeatedly. But this is philosophically problematic in a way. How can you just say, okay, like we are the screwed up species? Now you go back to myth of Prometheus, etc. Philosophical anthropology has the same problem. Galen Virno today has the same problem. That's not good, and I think philosophically, but also Lacan senses it. I mean, philosophical anthropology based on the structural sort of like auto-jointedness of our species is problematic because it can easily relapse into a negative theology, right? We are the fucked up species, but actually, one way or another, we ended up like dominating the planet. It's not. Well, it's actually very humanistic in a sort of like, well, Pico della Mirandola was already making this point, so it's actually not just paradoxically humanistic, it's a humanist argument. The later Lacan actually asked the question, for instance, he asked this question about, is there a one for the animal? But they're all just open questions, you know? So that was the first part of what you asked about. Can you remind like, the second sort of branch of your question? I mean,
Actually,
Or
no,
we could-
not really.
We could
I
move
think
on.
that
That's
was
we can-
whether it is not the case that when you kind of can conceive without man, that this only reinforces the
Yes,
thesis
that's right.
about not the
The fact that now, you know, you don't need men
Oh,
to
right.
reproduce, like, biologically we've solved it.
And that's like.
And that's just proving the impossibility, again.
Right, yeah, it doesn't
oh
resolve
yeah,
it.
so
It's-
why is reproduction so important? Because in a sense,
No, it's a different question. It's more that we've solved the problem.
The
We
problem
don't
of-
need men anymore, we don't need to have sex, we don't need to go through the whole ritualized, whatever you call it. You know,
yeah, but the question here maybe is a question more, and this could actually relate to the connection and disagreements with Foucault about human nature. No, the fact if we solve the problem, because actually there is artificial insemination, let's put it like that very bluntly, nevertheless we have to solve the problem. So we can still say human nature is characterized by also a biological, if not primarily by a biological sexual dysfunction. You know? So the interest in these matters have to do more generally with an interest in the matter, in the question whether it's possible to define human nature and whether it makes sense to actually try and define human nature.
let's move on to the next question, please.
I really appreciate your highlighting this impasse. I'm developing a much more textured understanding of Lacan's thought through it. And I think the question that's just started to emerge here is actually something I'm trying to think about with this, which is to say I think that some of this raises maybe the question of technology, which I would ask not with Heidegger, but maybe maybe the question of trying to think biopolitics is Foucault's way of saying, is there like a deep technicity of being, or what Marx would have called the condition of possibility of our species being. So my question to this there is no sexual relation, is there, or can there be a sexual relationship with sex toys, with or without others? With sex toys, with or without others, and in which case, you know, sex toys aren't just something new with batteries. These, you know, people made dildos a long time ago. This question of technology, I'm not just trying to like make like a dirty joke. I think this is maybe really important, especially given sort of our understanding of hysteria in part is about, you know, women's sexuality. And here I would differentiate between what, say, Mauss would have called body techniques, things like walking and swimming and so on, and technology. And I think this also, in a way, gets us back to this question of language, and if we speak, God is already there, and the point that Bob Meister raised, which is, you know, the naming of God is already a media theory of the divine, either understood as as a media theory of the divine. The word, of course, is immediate technology. So,
well, I'm not sure I totally got the second part, but the sex toys, I think it links well with the why the reproduction is so important. No, I mean, you know, like sexuality, asexuality, or sexual liaison whereby everything is actually related to artificial machine would not really change the matter of stake for Lacan, in the sense that we will still replicate the same logic. And here, this is where the logical level where there is no sexual relationship is important. I mean, what works in the not working of sex in the species is the phallic function. And I think Lacan's answer would be to say that you can replace your partner with a dildo, but actually whatever kind of fantasy you have and whatever kind of sort of like masturbatory, totally satisfying technique you find to basically be by yourself, you will still replicate something which is accountable in terms of the phallic logic and its positioning of man and woman according to not necessarily anatomical references. So no, that's why in a sense I think it becomes more important in terms of reproduction. And I know why this sounds quite problematic or provocative even for Lacanians. It's not the ways in which you actually may pervert the sexual act or complicate the sexual act, for instance, by means of whatever kind of like technological apparatus that is so important here. The point is actually a scientific point, which has to do with the species. Literally, I mean, the idea that science can write down reproduction. Sure, you can say we have artificial insemination, but normally speaking, you know, like statistically speaking, the sexual act is still, you know, one way or another, whether you actually have sex or masturbate in a cabin and then they get your specimen. I mean, that's something which is still related to the perpetuation of the species. So, I think the emphasis.
I think we just need to. I'm not sure how much long Nadia should this go on because we started a bit late, and I think it's quite. Actually, before Aaron, there was Rowan had one in the back, and then we can go to Aaron. Or should we do it the other way around due to the microphone?
It's up to you, Aaron. You've got the microphone.
I have the mixophone, therefore. You know, just one comment and one question. The comment is, I was reminded of this science fiction story of Stanisław Lem, Sexplosion. And in Sexplosion, what happens is this drug is accidentally introduced into the population called no sex, and all of a sudden everybody loses their interest in copulation. So the link with reproduction is utterly broken, and they're forced to invent technological means. But what happens when there's no sex in the population? Well, sexuality reemerges as oral sexuality. So they invent all these kind of culinary perversions. They have these kind of porno culinary magazines and so forth. So you see that the end of sex isn't the end of sex, but it's actually just the efflorescence of partial sexualities, which was always, in a way, Freud's point. Okay, my real question is this, though. I was, just to bring Foucault back into the conversation, I was thinking, doesn't Foucault maybe have an answer to your theoretical problem? Foucault in 1966. If I understand you correctly, the real theoretical problem you formulate is how can we state the truth that there is no sexual relation without that turning into another truth, without totalizing the non-totalization that's implied, or without completing the non-completeness. I have to admit, to me, this sounds somewhat sophistic, or it sounds like a kind of theoretical reduction of psychoanalysis, that this problem is formulated in a way by reducing psychoanalysis to a set of theoretical propositions and forgetting to some extent that it's also a concrete practice. What I mean by that is when Foucault, I think, confronts a similar question, when he says, how can we understand, so, not knowledge about man, but how can we have access to knowledge about conditions about how man is constituted without turning those conditions into a new form of positive knowledge? So he also has a kind of hyper-transcendental question. How can we have access to the transcendental conditions by which man of the human sciences is formulated without turning that into a new form of positive knowledge? And his answer is psychoanalysis does that via the transference. That psychoanalysis doesn't formulate kind of a set of theoretical propositions, but has access to this kind of hyper-transcendental level precisely through its practice of transference. It transferences the way in which that truth is articulated without it becoming a kind of meta-truth, in your sense. So it can't become a kind of object of a theoretical contemplation, but it has to be actualized in a practice. It's the same thing he makes, same argument he makes with respect to anthropology as well. But okay.
But I think it's a question of method. I mean, of course, a clinician can see, actually, usually it's not clinicians, it's philosophers, can see what I do as a exasperated form of theoretical psychoanalysis. But no, in a way, it's a matter of actually what your method and objective is. And my method here is actually to use a practice, which also has a theory, psychoanalysis, in order to open up new horizons in ontology. So, but you see, like, of course, I can only accept the fact that this is highly theoretical. But on the other hand, precisely because of that, I also have a methodological imperative to account for why psychoanalysis then, why not another, well, one could have another theories, why Lacan? One could say, well, because Lacan, in spite of not being a philosopher, actually, by saying even I am not a philosopher, I'm an anti-philosopher, is the best philosopher around in town. Well, that's not great. It's not enough because you're forgetting the spirit of what he's saying. And the second answer could be to say actually, because you have here like a highly developed theory which can contribute to further new debates in ontology, but at the same time it is grounded in a practice, which is not only clinical, it's actually also a practice that starts from, I go back to my point I made before, from an intuitive level. That is to say, the clinic is itself too abstract, from my perspective. You see the paradox? Because in a sense, the clinic is already based on, well, my sex life, my love life is fucked up, you know? And I think this is, for me, the methodological, this is the way in which I can defend my uber theoretical interest for Lacan, whilst at the same time saying this is not random. It's because it is psychoanalysis, not something else. As for Foucault, no. Like, I mean, I disagree about that. I mean, I didn't have time to bring this in, but the original project with this, it's a section from the book, but then I'm expanding it elsewhere, was to locate what I just said about the sexual relationship. There is no sexual relationship in history, the impact of history, with regard to the Foucault and Chomsky debate, and the conclusion would have been neither Foucault nor Chomsky, but Chomsky is less worse than Foucault for Lacan. Why? Because I think, like, well, Lacan has let's put it in these terms. What I try to show is that Lacan has a Foucauldian temptation here. It's a minoritarian temptation, which is still he doesn't succumb to it. But I take what he says about the ancient, the sexual life of ancient China as very close to what Lacan says, Foucault says in general terms about human nature when he speaks of human nature as is only something that has to do with epistemological indicators. I think this is the phrase he uses, right? It's precisely, it's in the Chomsky-Foucault debate. You know, like, we cannot speak about life, we cannot speak about human nature, because these are only epistemological indicators pertaining to very specific historical discourses. So I think there is one of these two narratives about there is no sexual relationship, the impact of history on it, actually is where Lacan get quite close to a form of, let's call it, historicism, or even if you want to be critical, historical relativism.
Okay, where is the microphone? I mean, that one question. And I, just as a guest there, I think the practice in question could be foutre. You know, like, let's not get all metaphorical and hyper-theoretical.
Thank you so much.
And it's the last one.
Yeah, sorry, we can talk about this afterwards as well, but I just have a clarificatory question. Why does theology even have to come up with regards to there is no sexual relation? I mean, why couldn't it be that? So why couldn't it just be that, you know, more Marxist or Marxian sort of perspective, which said man is ontologically helpless and hence social? I'm not sure why theology logically needs to come up, as I think you said in the talk, but a wonderful talk, and we can talk about this if you want to have a
Well,
break.
very-
It's
very-
late, so.
It's again a question about method, I have to say. In a way, it's again a question about method. Why theology? Because, of course, leaving aside my interest in psychoanalysis, I read from time to time also like contemporary philosophy. I'm just kidding, but yes, of course, I'm interested in debates independently of Lacan. And why theology? And I guess like when I got into this project, at the beginning, it was like the high day of Meillassoux. And my specific problem there, and Alenka, I know you very much agree on that point, is like how do you avoid, ontologically speaking, forget about psychoanalysis, to actually extract truth about truth from the truth of incompleteness. I'm really simplifying the terms of the ontological debate. How do you avoid, let's put it like this. When you say there is no meta-language, you are already making a meta-linguistic statement, right? This is the nature of discourse, of speech. But you can also have the same problem in a highly sophisticated philosophical manifesto like Meillassoux. And I was struck by the fact that he doesn't see that. And actually, one can say retrospectively that then his further investigations into God actually may seem like he wanted to go there, but he didn't lay down his card on the table before. So why theology? Because in a sense, theology is, of God, the question about the existence of God is always there. As long as somebody will speak, Lacan says, the hypothesis of God will still be there. You know, why theology? Because you cannot escape. Well, one could also say why metaphysics. It doesn't have to be theology, because in a sense, either you accept the Lacanian veto and say, I do not inquire into the origins of language. I do not inquire into the genesis of structure. But then, okay, again, then you have to be a Foucauldian. I mean, that's the right way. Either you ask yourself, but either you ask yourself questions about first principles, and I think this is the great merit of somebody like Meillassoux, okay? Either you ask yourself questions about the first principles, and you don't take metaphysics as a bad word, or you have to, or you adopt this other minoritarian Lacan who says, don't ask the question about the origins of language. You know, this veto is already like a kind of like Foucauldian Lacan merging, you know? That was the first point. And why not Marxism? And that's another huge question. Well, the quick answer is that in my forthcoming future work, I will try to bring together two strands of research. I mean, what I've been doing for the last decade is like philosophy of psychoanalysis and biopolitics. And now I have to find a way to put them together. And I think in one sentence, the answer is philosophical anthropology, even though it's a problematic answer. Yeah, that would be. But also, I think a philosopher, we're talking really broad generalizations here. A philosopher can decide whether it is first necessary to actually have an ontology before speaking about politics or not. I think this is an a priori methodological decision. You know, like can you make sort of like consistent political proposition before having developed like an ontology which you regard as sort of convincing? And my answer is no. So in this sense, I would say I'm Bathusian. And clearly what I want to do now is develop these tensions, impasses in Lacan in my own direction, and possibly mediate that with my interest in biopolitics. And again, I think the philosophical anthropology is I think that the Lacanian theory is the only attempt to create a philosophical anthropology after the critique of dialectical reason in Sartre. You know, like that was the last big contribution to philosophical anthropology. You know, remember, like you said, like before we are facing the disaster of Stalinism, the critique of dialectical reason is an attempt to create a Marxist philosophical anthropology after the disaster of Stalinism. And then it's been forgotten. I think Lacanian psychoanalysis is actually the only attempt, noticeable attempt to promote a philosophical anthropology. Very broad question.
A very wide-ranging talk. I think we'll give the last word to Lacan. The true motto of atheism is not God is dead, but God is unconscious. Thank you.
Okay.
welcome and good morning again, everybody, to our second speaker of this day, of the third day of the Lacan-Foucault conference. And it's my pleasure to welcome and to introduce Aaron Schuster, former fellow at the Center for Advanced Studies at the University of Rijeka, Croatia, and the Institute for Cultural Inquiry, ICI, Berlin, I may add, former fellow of the Anton Eyck Academy in Maastricht. He's currently the head of the theory program at the Sandberg Institute in Amsterdam, Netherlands. And his book, The Trouble with Pleasure, Deleuze and Psychoanalysis, is forthcoming with MIT Press in February 2016. We're all very much looking forward to it. He's the author of many articles treating such subjects as the debt drive, the politics of laziness, corruption, sexuality and thought, the philosophy of tickling, the history of levitation, the comedy of Ernst Lubitsch, Kafka's philosopher dog, and complaining. And as a philosopher of complaining, I give you the word.
Thank you. It's terrible to be here. No, I'd like to thank the organizers, and no, it's actually a great experience in my first trip to Beirut. So, Foucault and Lacan, what can we do with this question? In the background, always when we're dealing with psychoanalysis and philosophy, is the more global problem. What is the relationship between psychoanalysis and philosophy? And near as I can tell, there's kind of three modalities. Either philosophy and psychoanalysis are allies in a kind of joint project to think a decentered subject that would not be the master in its own house. Either they're kind of rivals, with philosophers kind of purporting to expose the naive metaphysics of psychoanalysis, whereas psychoanalysis could uncover the hidden structures of philosophy, or they are kind of strangers. So strangers who met, but who nevertheless are quite independent and autonomous with respect to their procedures and concerns. Now, what's interesting is that Foucault, and in the same way Deleuze, seems to follow all three of these approaches in his career. At one point he's allied with psychoanalysis, at another point a vicious critic, and then finally he seems to be, in fact, rather indifferent and can go his own way and let psychoanalysis go its own way. What's quite interesting is, so in the case of Deleuze and Foucault, you see kind of parallel structure, and you also see that Lacan was very good somehow at hystericizing his readers. So even at the moment when you have the most kind of vicious criticisms of psychoanalysis, those critics, the most intelligent ones, will always say at some moment, but maybe this doesn't apply to Lacan. We don't know exactly what he means, but somehow he escapes. So even in Anti-Oedipus, it's clear that Deleuze and Guattari give Lacan a way out of their criticism. And Foucault, even after 1976, so the first volume of the History of Sexuality, I'll be commenting on that text, but in his later lectures in 81, 82, he suggests that in fact Lacan was useful for his own project. So it's a very kind of ambivalent and complicated criticism. It can't be approached in a simple, one-sided manner. Now, I would like to reformulate the problem of this conference in a slightly different way. So I'm not exactly going to fulfill the task of Lacan contra Foucault, but I would like to reformulate it in a slightly different manner. I would like to ask, so, what could we say about psychoanalysis from a Foucauldian perspective? How could we use sort of Foucault's conceptual toolbox to say something about psychoanalysis that perhaps Foucault himself didn't say? So I don't need to mechanically repeat just Foucault's own pronouncements about psychoanalysis, but I'd like to think about psychoanalysis from a Foucauldian perspective. Conversely, I would like to ask, from a Lacanian perspective, what can Lacanian theory tell us about the conceptual sort of structure and perhaps the limits of Foucault's own project? So that would be kind of my double question. And I have to give a caveat that this is new material, very much a work in progress, so we'll see how far I can get. Now, the focus of the presentation is in three parts, and my focus will be on that one great moment when somehow Foucault and Lacan met. And that has to do with a kind of debate over the interpretation of the painting, Velázquez painting Las Meninas. So I'll get to that in the middle of my presentation. But first, let me begin with a kind of, let's see, a kind of naive, let's say, a kind of not stupid, but let's say naive reading of the order of things. What could I say about that? First, I think the effect of the order of things on the reader is to produce a kind of shock. So first of all, human knowledge is not guided by a kind of continuous progression, but it proceeds in leaps and breaks. And second of all, the rules which govern the production of knowledge in a given era are not known to the individuals who are laboring under them, but they silently inform their inquiries and their researches, and they determine in advance the way that they formulate their problems and the kinds of solutions that can appear valid or invalid or truthful or false. So you could say the aim of Foucault's study is to excavate this substratum of implicit rules and to bring it to light. So its method is an archaeological method. And there are three main eras or epistemes in the book: the Renaissance, the Classical Age, modern times, and what points beyond modern times, Foucault's own project. But Foucault's archaeology of knowledge is not only a historical inquiry, but it's, a history of the present. So it's a reflection of the present state of knowledge, which is characterized by its own contingency, the contingency of its own rules, but it's also characterized by the knowledge that it's necessary to be submitted to some contingent set of rules. So my question would be this: what is the existential impact of this kind of theoretical proposition? So how should I react? Let's say, how should I react to this revelation that, for example, I too, right now, am working within an episteme or a space of reasons whose rules and underlying logic I do not know, I do not understand, but they nevertheless are silently operating, guiding throughout all my work. They're guiding the way I'm posing questions right now. And they're determining not exactly the course of my inquiries or what I'm saying, but they determine the range of possibilities in which I can operate, in which my perceptions, my questions, my ideas will be formed. So, how should I react to this idea that actually I'm speaking, but behind me, I don't know it, but there's some secret rules that are actually guiding my discourse? I could react, I think, in two ways. One, should I just try to calmly go about my business and not worry about it, so I can just go along as if nothing happened? After all, I still have problems and ideas I'm interested in and I want to elaborate. So it's probably better I don't know the deep reason guiding my thought. That's not going to help me in the actual concrete engagement of my intellectual interests. So better I forget about that. Thank you, Foucault, but okay, I don't need to know that. Or second, will the will to truth sort of force me to confront this blind spot of my knowledge? Okay, this blind spot of knowledge that nevertheless makes my knowledge what it is. So will my will to truth force me to confront this and to try to devise a new way to somehow gain knowledge about that very void in my knowledge? To try to gain access to something which, in a way, I cannot know, in the same way that a fish really can't know about the water in which it bathes, because it's simply the element of its world. Okay. Now, in the preface of the English edition of The Order of Things, Foucault explains the aim of his project is to, quote, to reveal the positive unconscious, and he underlines that, the positive unconscious of knowledge, a level that eludes the consciousness of the scientist and yet is part of scientific discourse. And he continues, unknown to themselves, the naturalists, the economists, the grammarians employ the same rules to define the objects proper to their own study, to form their concepts, to build their theories. It is these rules of formation, which were never formulated in their own right, but are found only in widely differing theories, concepts, and objects, that I have tried to reveal by isolating as their specific locus a level that I've called the archaeological. Now, in an interview in 1966, or at the same time of the book's publication, it's a very helpful interview in La Quinzaine Littéraire, Foucault kind of reformulates the implications of his project in a more general manner. So, quote, in every epoch, the manner in which people reflect, write, judge, speak, including in the street, even the most everyday conversations and banal material, and even the manner in which people experience things, including how their sensibility reacts on an affective level, all their conduct is governed by a theoretical structure, a system which changes with ages and societies, but which is present in all ages and in all societies, end quote. Now, here's my naive reaction. Doesn't that sound a lot like psychoanalysis? And I wonder if we could even propose a kind of Freudianization of Foucault on that level. So what would it take to bring Foucault into psychoanalysis? Here I'm actually kind of aping a question that was posed before by Belgian philosopher Rudy Vischer, who asked about an existentialization of Foucault, and his problem was the relationship to Foucault to phenomenology. I'm interested in Foucault and psychoanalysis. So what would it take to bring Foucault into psychoanalysis, to shift from a kind of epistemological unconscious to a libidinal unconscious? So from a kind of historical a priori, so that's a term that Foucault is using throughout the book, to a kind of singular a priori, which would constitute the rules of an individual unconscious, not the unconscious of an era, but an individual singular unconscious, and which would guide the psyche's sexual drives, its loves, its dramas, its pleasures, and its miseries. Now, in a sense, this opposition also would have to be deconstructed, because Foucault is, of course, also interested in bodies and pleasures, and psychoanalysis also engages in epistemological problems. So we can't simply separate the epistemological unconscious, let me say, from the libidinal unconscious. And in fact, Foucault ends the book, so the conclusion of the book is some rather rousing pages about the importance of psychoanalysis in the general progression, in the general project of an archaeology of knowledge, or a history, kind of history of being. So I want to examine Foucault's, so the concern of my presentation is to examine Foucault's relation to psychoanalysis, but also to ask, after all, if at the beginning, both psychoanalysis and Foucauldian archaeology are posing a notion of the unconscious, what really separates them? Why is it not the same unconscious, or is it? I think there's many passages, so I'm not going to go through careful reading of what Foucault says, okay, and it would take too long, but there's many very interesting passages. I just want to highlight one quotation, because I think on some points, Foucault really gets things exactly right, and that Foucault and psychoanalysis are fighting a quite similar battle, which is still relevant in today's field, so in contemporary philosophy. Let me give you just one quotation from towards the end of the order of things. He says, whereas all the human sciences advance towards the unconscious only with their back to it, waiting for it to unveil itself as fast as consciousness is analyzed, as it were, backwards. Psychoanalysis, on the other hand, points directly towards it with a deliberate purpose, not towards that which must be rendered gradually more explicit by the progressive illumination of the implicit, but towards that which is there and yet is hidden, end quote. And I think here we see that Foucault's problem, and that's exactly the same problem with Lacan, is to formulate a positive notion of the unconscious, where the unconscious is not simply a hidden consciousness, or is not simply the implicit presuppositions of our explicit behaviors and speech. So that you see that Foucault at this point is leading also a charge against, for example, the reading of psychoanalysis given by Habermas in Knowledge and Human Interest, but also more broadly, and today has become very relevant, this kind of deflated or pragmatic Hegelianism, which would make the philosophical task the explicitation of the implicit. So that psychoanalysis and Foucauldian archaeology would stand for a different project. I just want to point out, the kind of points of real theoretical solidarity. Okay. Now, I move to the second part of my paper, the meat of the matter. Las Meninas. So I'm going to choose this one episode to try to delineate now a kind of distinction or difference in the way Foucault and Lacan approach the notion of the unconscious precisely through the reading of a sort of one concrete object, Las Meninas. Why do I... well, first some words about the painting, and then I'll explain a bit the position of this work within the systems of Foucault and Lacan. So, Las Meninas. From 1656, that is simply one of the greatest masterpieces in the whole of Western art, without exaggeration. It's been called the theology of painting. That was Luca Giordano's early description of the painting, already in the 17th century, and later in the 19th century was described by an English painter as the true philosophy of art. There's probably, perhaps no other painting that has been so thoroughly analyzed, discussed, talked about, every bit of the complicated play of perspectives analyzed, drawn out. I cannot engage with the sort of wealth of interpretations, and in fact, I have to say, I'm really going to try to reduce a lot of the wealth of both Foucault's and Lacan's reading to what I consider the essential moment of their divergence. Okay. So for Foucault, it occupies kind of pride of place in the order of things. He actually published his analysis of the painting before the publication of Order of Things. It forms the very first introductory chapter. This is how he opens his book, so with the analysis of Las Meninas. And the painting comes back at the end of the book to delineate the rupture between the classical age of knowledge and the modern. So somehow this painting, while being located in one era, is so complex and, let me say, such an ingenious representation that it also already points beyond itself to a new formation of knowledge. That would be the sort of greatness of Foucault's reading. Now, Lacan deals with this at the same time, so 1966, in his 13th seminar, L'objet de la psychanalyse, the object of psychoanalysis. And the parallels are truly striking, because Lacan's, that seminar opens with what will be published as an independent écrit, Science and Truth, which also deals with the epistemological, so very, very similar to Foucault's project, also deals with the epistemological conditions of psychoanalysis and the relationship between psychoanalysis and the advent of modern science. So Lacan opens the seminar with the same problematic that Foucault is going to be addressing, the scientificity of the human sciences in his case, but with the same problematic that Foucault is dealing with, and they both zero in on this painting as a kind of crucial representation to elaborate their projects. Now, the differences, of course, is that Foucault's interpretation is justly famous and has really achieved authoritative status, such that almost everybody who writes on this is simply forced to mention, at least, Foucault's interpretation. And in fact, many other art historical interpretations recapitulate the points that Foucault had already made. Whereas Lacan's interpretation remains basically unknown outside of analytic circles, so very small audiences, and it languishes still in an unpublished seminar after almost 50 years after it was elaborated. So we're dealing with one interpretation which is truly, we can say, authoritative, and another which is basically unknown, still unknown today, and unpublished. You can't even really have access to it. There's a very good edition of the seminar, French edition online. So let's start with Foucault's analysis of the painting. Foucault's basic thesis is that Las Meninas is a pictorial representation of how representation functions. So somehow it's a kind of meta-representation. How representation functioned in the classical age, so that covers roughly the 17th and 18th centuries. Quote, perhaps there exists in this painting of Velázquez the representation, as it were, of classical representation, whereas he says elsewhere, quote, representation undertakes to represent itself here in all its elements, end quote. Okay. So let me run through the essentials of Foucault's interpretation. First, he points out that the painter is standing behind the canvas, or he's taking a step back from the canvas. Is he in the middle of his work? Is he at the end of his work? Is he about to get started? We don't know. But he's working on a canvas within the painting, so he's working on a canvas which we cannot see because the canvas is turned to us. And the painter is looking at us. So the painter observes us from within the canvas, and it's as if he was looking at us, looking at him. So there's already an exchange of gazes. Now, there's an opposition in the painting between the far left, which you can hardly see, but there's a window here at an extreme angle, and from the window there floods in light. So the source of the light is coming in from the far, from the far right side of the painting, and the far left side of the painting is a kind of invisibility. So we have a juxtaposition of light, which bathes the scene, makes it possible to see, and the invisible canvas, which is turned away from us. Now there's a series of pictures in the back, other representations, but there is one representation in particular that shines with a kind of brightness, a strange light, and that is not a picture, but a mirror. And the funny thing is that that's the only sort of picture, okay, mirror, that is visible, but nobody is looking at it. Now, what's the question of Foucault? What does the mirror reflect? And his other question, what is Velázquez painting on the hidden canvas? That's what he wants to know. What is Velázquez painting on the hidden canvas? And of course, these are linked together. So Foucault's answer is, the characters in the mirror are King Philip IV and his wife Mariana, and in fact we can identify, I'm not going to go through that, but we can identify all the characters in the scene, and that was established quite early on by a scholar. So, King Philip IV and his wife Mariana. So the whole scene is Velázquez is painting, so this is Foucault's interpretation, Velázquez is painting a portrait of the royal couple who are standing in front of the canvas. There's also the juxtaposition of so the position is very interesting between the mirror, so the mirror which opens on to the outside, to an outside of the canvas, and the doorway right next to it. The doorway which leads out in the opposite direction, and in which it's actually a relative of Velázquez, so Jose Nieto Velázquez, is either entering or exiting, we don't know. Okay. So, also there's a juxtaposition between the kind of continuous flow of the light from the window and the kind of instantaneous transposition in the mirror from the outside to the inside. So these are some of the details of his analysis. Now, also in the very middle of the painting, and that's really the focus, let's say, the center, the true center of the painting, the subject of the painting, and its most attractive object, that is the Infanta Margarita, the princess, who's something like 5 years old, and is actually the only hope for the court. At that moment, she was the only heir. Later on, there's a brother and something like that. At that moment, she's the kind of focus also of the court's attentions and of its desire to perpetuate itself. So the whole scene here is of the little princess and her attendants and other figures of the court around her. And it's as if, Foucault says, the entire picture is a kind of scene. So it's not just a scene for us, but it's a scene that's staged for another gaze, which is the royal gaze, which is the king and queen in front of the painting, and the ones who are reflected in the mirror. So, it's the royal gaze to which everything else is subject in the painting. But this royal gaze is absent. The royal couple is absent from the picture, and yet it organizes the entire picture. So it's reflected inside the picture as something that is outside of it. Okay. Now, this is the real crux of Foucault's interpretation. What he says is fascinating about it is that this position of the royal couple actually entails the superimposition of 3 different looks or 3 different gazes. So they're all superimposed on the same space, which is absent from the painting. That is the model's look, the spectator's look, and the painter's look. So outside of the painting, you have the king and queen, who are the model for the portrait that is being drawn by Velázquez. You have the spectator, so the person looking at the painting, and Velázquez himself as he's painting Las Meninas. So there's a kind of superimposition of these 3 different characters in a kind of invisible virtual space outside of the painting, indicated via a reflection. So it's a very sophisticated representational illusion. So this triple structure is also represented within the painting by 3 characters. The reflection of the king and queen in the mirror, the visitor, who's just entering or leaving, who stands for the spectator, and of course the painter who has painted himself. So the key point, again, is just to emphasize this, to be absolutely clear, is that the royal gaze then is both present and absent in the picture. The model itself for the picture cannot appear within it, but it can only be indicated through a kind of pale reflection. Okay. And in the final part of the book, Foucault will come back to this to show that this very sophisticated representation, in which somehow its model and its subject can both appear within it, but only on the condition that it's ejected outside the painting, will summarize the contradiction, the new mutation that happens in the transition from the classical scheme of knowledge to the modern scheme. I would like to go into that in more depth. Let me just say, okay, again, very briefly, in the classical episteme, so in the classical knowledge, things, being, is a kind of order in itself. And knowledge is a kind of representation that is a secondary representation of what already exists in itself. So that signs and things, representations and things, words and things, belong in a way to 2 separate planes, which each have their own consistency. And what happens in the mutation from the classical to modern times is that, on the one hand, the representability of things is no longer considered part of their very nature, and they come to depend on one particular being, one particular thing among things, namely the human being or man. So in modern times, to be a thing does not mean to be a self-subsisting order, but it means to be historical. And to be grasped, and secondly, it means to be grasped not as kind of atomic units, but as bundles of relations. So Foucault will say that modern ontology essentially is a conjugation of being and time. And also that being, to be, needs to be a kind of system or a system of relations. Now, why man? So this is the moment in which the human being is born. Man as a very specific, but as a very specific entity. Not just as a kind of anthropological, but a very specific entity. Why does man become the center of this new universe, new modern universe? Because man is the being through which beings become representable. Knowing is an operation external to things. So things are not inherently knowable. Their knowability has to be revealed to a knower. And second of all, representation does not have a kind of autonomous structure, or excuse me, just the reverse. Representation itself has a kind of autonomous structure and is not simply derivable from the things that they represent. So this will be the new. Now, the consequence of this, though, is that man becomes a very specific and unique entity because it's both a subject of knowledge and the object of knowledge. And the great philosopher of this for Foucault is Kant. The human being is defined as that being which is doubled in itself, existing both on an empirical level, which the different human sciences will now treat, but also constituted on a transcendental level, that it will be the knower to which the human being is revealed. And that this kind of split is what defines modern philosophy. And what we see in Las Meninas is precisely that moment from within a classical paradigm, that split being, as it were, foreshadowed or anticipated, precisely in the fact that the subject of the painting, the spectacle, is both figured in it and outside of it at the same time. Okay. I hope that's a simple, quick summary, but okay, I hope that's relatively clear. Now, what does Lacan say? What does Lacan say? Now, Lacan really approaches it in quite a different manner. So for him, it concerns less an epistemological problem, so the status of representation in the classical age. It's less about an epistemological problem than a libidinal one. So as he says, the painting is a trap for the gaze. Its imagery kind of incites the spectator's desire, and it does something with this desire. And for Lacan, the ruse, or the illusion of the painting, is kind of trickier, I think. It's trickier than it is in Foucault, for all the sophistication of Foucault's reading. For Lacan, Foucault's analysis, for all of its sophistication, it still remains on the level of the imaginary. And this is indicated, this is tellingly indicated by the emphasis Foucault places on the mirror within the painting, and the fact that the end point of his interpretation is a kind of reciprocal exchange of gazes between the model, the spectator, and the painter. A kind of endless circuit of substitution. Now, what this reading elides is the problem of the scene subject and its desire, or more precisely, the desire that divides the subject. So Lacan's essential thesis is that the subject is not only a spectator who looks at the picture, but the picture, in a way, looks back. It looks back at the subject and frames it in its own manner. The subject's gaze is inscribed within the picture as something separated from it, as an object that is the subject. Okay. The object divides the subject from itself, but at the same time it provides it with a material correlate, a kind of insubstantial corporeal substance. So the subject is thus not only outside the picture, surveying its scenery from a safe distance, but more profoundly, it is drawn into the picture itself. It is caught like a fly in glue, as Lacan says, and is presented there as an uncanny object. So this conjugation, this bringing together a synthesis of the divided subject with a partial object, in this case the gaze, defines the structure of fantasy, And Lacan's argument will be, so that's why he addresses Las Meninas, Lacan's argument will be that Las Meninas provides a brilliant illustration of the visual structure of fantasy. So the painting for him is not a representation of representation, as it is for Foucault. So a representation that shows that the subject and the object of representation can never coincide in the same place, or that their coincidence can only take place in a void. Instead, he uses the term representative representation, a Freudian term, the Vorstellungsrepresentation. It means a representation, for Freud, it meant a representation of the drive, simply. So it's a representation that provides a kind of mise en scène of the scopic drive and demonstrates how it is psychically inscribed. Okay, what do I mean by all that, to be more concrete? So how does the painting accomplish this? Now, what's at stake in Las Meninas for Lacan is less a game of mere reflections than a window, the window or the frame of fantasy. So Lacan will insist that the window is the key for understanding this, the frame, and not the mirror. The mirror is a kind of trap. So he contests the idea that the painter, within the painting, is painting a portrait of the royal couple who would be shown posing in the back of the mirror. And one of his very basic arguments is, this canvas is far too large. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. You would put the king and queen on the canvas like that. That's crazy. That's a fairly convincing argument, I find. That kind of cuts against the idea that somehow he's making a portrait of the royal couple, unless they're blown up to some sort of monstrous size. So what's hidden? So here's another option. What's hidden on the reverse canvas is not a portrait of the king and queen, but maybe the entire painting, the whole scene of Las Meninas. So he's painting himself, painting the painting that he's painting. So Lacan kind of imagines it as a mise en abîme. The painting is kind of reproducing itself to infinity. Or else he suggests that maybe there's nothing on the canvas, or that the very question is kind of the wrong question to ask. The very question is a kind of trap. So the painting wants us to wonder about what's on the other side of the canvas, and Foucault is sort of taken in by this game, and he produces a very brilliant interpretation. But that's what the painting wants us to do, in a way. That's the trick of the painting. But we have to analyze how that trick operates and not be caught within its trick. So the function of the canvas within the painting is actually to highlight the status of the painting as a completely fictional space. So it's not only to create a kind of illusion, but to make illusion appear as illusion, or to make the appearance appear as appearance. So Lacan reads classical art actually anachronistically. So he kind of reads classical art from a Duchampian standpoint. It's not that art was once upon a time concerned with representing external objects, with providing a mirror onto reality, and then it only later came to reflect on its conditions and materiality and started producing non-representational or abstract works or autonomous works. It's rather that works like the ready-made reveal to us what pictures have always been. Namely, quote, a big splash of color, a real thing, or, just to put it bluntly, a real piece of shit. Now, Lacan wants to make a link between this painting, so again, in this kind of anachronism, he makes a link, and this is a very interesting link, I think, and it has not been considered. I'm very surprised, but at least the research I've been able to accomplish so far on the art historical reception, nobody else has made this argument. That Lacan says, if you want to understand what that painting is doing to the canvas within the painting, look at this picture. That's what it's doing. That it's somewhat similar to the visual trick of Magritte. Okay. This is a painting of René Magritte, The Human Condition, from 1933. And in a way, he illustrates art's non-representational nature from within a representational space by producing this kind of tantalizingly paradoxical image. For Lacan, he, quote, inscribes a picture in a window. Okay. So what happens here is, instead of the painting, so normally, Magritte is playing with and exposing a certain representational illusion. Instead of the painting being a window, so we would think we would look through the painting, we look through and enter into its scene. And in fact, that's also the great seduction and the brilliance of Las Meninas, and many other art historical commentators have said this, that it really asks the spectator to enter into the painting, as if we would walk into its space and kind of inhabit it and look at all the complexity of it. And Lacan said, this is what Magritte shows itself, the structure of that illusion. We think we're going to enter into the painting, but in fact, the painting is actually an obstacle in front of what it's supposed to be representing. That the painting itself is an object, or is a frame or window. So whereas a mirror would reflect an external reality, so again, Foucault's emphasis on the fact that we see this external point within the painting by its mirror reflection, a window provides a frame through which we can see, and fantasy is like a window on reality. That's the point. A frame which cuts it up and presents it within a certain coordinates. Normally we don't see the frame. For not seeing the frame is the price we have to pay in order to have access to reality. And Lacan points out that in Magritte's painting, it's as if the ideal of his painting would actually be to destroy representation, because you would imagine the painting would, here we see only the difference between representation and reality via the thin frame. It's as if the painting would grow large enough to truly cover everything, but then it would destroy its own light source, so we would be plunged into darkness. So the very ideal of the painting would be we could no longer see anymore if the illusion was somehow perfect. So that fantasy exists in a kind of dehiscence or kind of gap. Okay. So the key to the painting within the painting is this kind of Magrittean revelation, exposure of the illusion of representation. So we shouldn't enter into that illusory space, but we should see that by marking that illusory space as illusionary, then something of that gaze, the look of the subject, emerges. A second small point. Another observation that Lacan makes is that by doubling itself, so by effectively doubling itself, one other element I forgot. Lacan, I'm not sure of the truth of this, but it seems accurate. Lacan said this is the first time in the history of painting you see a painter representing himself as painting. And then he makes a comment I don't understand. He says, don't confuse this with the play within the play, because that seems like a very interesting connection. That one could look at the mousetrap in Hamlet, for example, and its function, and the function of the painting within a painting. But Lacan says this is not the first time you have paintings within a painting, but the first time that an artist, a painter, represents himself painting within a painting. It's the first time in the history of art. The function of that is to fictionalize the entire space. And then he says, objects, so the characters in the painting are not being represented, but he says they're en représentation. They're in representation, or they're showing themselves, showing off. They're all acting. And he even says, so he says it's as if the painting was a great tableau vivant, in that sense. And he makes a nice observation that even the dog somehow is a very good actor in this sense. They're all acting. Maybe the whole key to the painting is the dog. Okay, but he points to another painting to compare it to, painting of Balthus. I'm not going to go into that, but my own kind of comparison. So, whereas Foucault highlights the fact that there's this kind of virtual crossing or virtual substitution of gazes, again, between the king and the queen, the spectator and the painter, Lacan will point out that one of the odd elements of the painting is nobody is looking at each other. Nobody actually returns a gaze. Everybody is looking, somebody is looking who's looking here in a different direction, but there's actually no reciprocal exchange occurring in this painting whatsoever. And I think that the image which kind of strikingly illustrates that would be something like from the Marx Brothers, where we see the fact that we have a kind of simulacrum of a kind of social interchange or kind of reciprocity, which is being short-circuited at every moment. Everybody is pointing hands in the wrong direction, as if they would cohere together in a scene, but it doesn't. And I think something similar is going on in Las Meninas as well. That somehow there's no reciprocal engagement. Now, why is the Groucho picture so interesting? And this Marx Brothers picture, and you know that it was mentioned in the earlier presentation that Artaud was a great fan of the Marx Brothers. You kind of see here a deconstruction of myth of sociality, really. That fundamentally behind this kind of foundation, this kind of social foundation, you see that there's a fundamental detachment working in our attachments. or beneath this kind of reciprocity of gazes, you see that there's actually not an exchange, and in showing that they don't exchange, actually the gaze appears. So, going back to last week. Quickly, how does Lacan describe the structure of this painting? So, like Foucault, he also puts the Infanta, the Princess Margarita, at the center of it. And he imagines a kind of scenario. So just like Foucault imagines, okay, he's painting the royal portrait, Lacan also imagines a kind of scenario. He gives his own voice to the painting. He says, the princess is saying something like, let me see, or show me, fais voir. Show me what you're painting. So somehow the princess is articulating the demand also of the spectator. We want to see what you're doing, show me. And Velázquez replies, so Velázquez's reply would be to the Infanta, you don't see me from the point at which I look at you. Tu ne me vois pas d'où je te regarde. So there is no reciprocity of the gazes, but precisely in the mismatch, let me see, and you will never see me exactly from the point at which I see you. In other words, there will be no exchange. The gaze emerges, and Lacan locates that gaze precisely in the interval, the space between the painter and his object. So the gaze kind of somehow circulates in this mismatch between demands. On the other hand, this gaze is also covered over, this non-reciprocity is also covered over by the seduction, the attractiveness of the princess herself, who is considered as a kind of a phallic object, the imaginary phallus of the painting, is the princess. And the entire scene, so also in a way agreeing with Foucault, the entire scene is framed by the gaze of the big other. It's staged for the royal couple, the royal gaze. This would be the structure of fantasy, how the subject represents itself precisely as having disappeared from the picture, and yet that very disappearance is somehow veiled or covered over by a fascinating object which is seen from an external perspective. So I know I'm going rather fast, but in this sense, Lacan wants to derive all the kind of essential elements to show how the painting reveals a kind of structure of fantasy. A pictorial representation shows the structure of fantasy. Okay. Next point. Okay. Let me just point one interesting moment when Lacan addresses Foucault directly. So after giving his analysis of the painting, he addresses Foucault directly, and he makes one question. He says, quote, I put this question to you. Do you believe or do you not believe, when all is said and done, whatever may be the outline, the testimony that we may have about the lines on which the thinking of an epoch took its assurance, do you believe or not that there was always posed to the speaking being that exactly the same structural problems were posed in the same way for them as for us? End quote. So Lacan said, do you believe or not that in all these different historical epochs, so throughout the history of being, or the history of knowledge that you're writing, that the same structural problems were posed for those earlier eras and for us? So he poses in very, very directly the historicist problem. Is there just a succession of epochs, or is there a transcendental structure that repeats throughout these different historical moments? And I believe Lacan wants to push Foucault to say that the archaeological level on which Foucault is operating, and which discerns the historical a priori, again, Foucault's term, of different fields of knowledge, that this archaeological level would constitute itself a kind of invariant structure. So that one would have to posit an ahistorical a priori of the historical a prioris, or a kind of transcendental condition of the historical variability of the transcendental, even if the discovery of this itself is historically conditioned, it occurs at a certain moment, but it would be universally valid. In other words, what Lacan points to, and this is also the problem clearly underlined in Foucault towards the end of the book, a kind of meta or hyper-transcendental condition of the very split in modern subjectivity between the empirical and the transcendental. Foucault's answer to this is there is a kind of special access to this hyper-transcendental level but only in certain disciplines, which he calls counter-sciences, and that would be psychoanalysis and anthropology, and what he calls pure theory of language, which is rather opaque, but refers to formalization and to Foucault's own project. I'll leave that aside. But in psychoanalysis, there can be a special access to this condition of the constitution of the split between the empirical and the transcendental, but only via a practice like transference. Okay, before moving on to the last part of the paper, let me review. So, when the classical age is eclipsed in modernity, man, the human being, is born as a subject-object of knowledge. And this place is already indicated by the painting Las Meninas. The subject comes in place of the absent king, the sovereign whose presence is signaled by the mirror reflection, but he's simultaneously also out of the picture, cast out of the picture. So, Velázquez, from within a classical paradigm, anticipates the modern subject, or the advent of man, properly speaking. Now, for Lacan, on the other hand, what Velázquez does is to create, within the space of classical illusion, classical representational illusion, an illusion which unveils the structure of illusion, and which demonstrates how it is put together. And in doing so, he shows us something, Velázquez shows us something about the nature of the drive to see. So what the painting reveals is not the doubling of the modernist subject, as it does for Foucault, but it shows the underside of this doubled subject. So it shows how, in order to constitute itself as an empirical transcendental doublet, this subject needs an unconscious support, the support of fantasy. So whereas Foucault locates Las Meninas between the classical and the modern, and he sticks, in this way, he sticks closer to the actual data of the painting, Lacan situates it between the modern and the new form of thought that lies beyond it. So between man and the death of man. Except that for Lacan, the death of man is a very suspicious notion, like the death of God. So that he would rather say something like this. What the painting reveals is the structure of the underside of the modernist subject, not the eclipse of the disappearance, but the underside of the modernist subject, or the modernist cogito. And he says, at one point, Lacan says, not, I think therefore I am, but I paint therefore I am. Which we could read, I make a fantasy. It's only on the basis of a vertiginous fantasy that the subject can actually say, I think I am. Okay. And in a way, perhaps we could also compare Foucault and Lacan's approach to this painting according to the old parable of Zeuxis and Parrhasius. You know, Zeuxis paints the grapes that are have such a great verisimilitude that the birds are trying to pick at them. But Parrhasius paints a veil, just a curtain. And Zeuxis said, well, let's see your painting behind the veil. Let's look behind it. He said, that is the painting, in a sense. That he shows appearance appearance appears as appearance and not as illusion. And in a sense, I think Foucault gives a highly sophisticated account of the representational, illusional space of the painting, whereas Lacan wants to read the painting as the revelation of appearance as appearance. Okay. If I have a bit more time. Yes, okay. The last part, the third part of the paper then. Called Scientific Reason, Erotic Art, Spiritual Transformation. That's what psychoanalysis is. If we look at a selection of texts from around the time of the order of things, we find that the same idea is articulated again and again. The concept of the subject should give way to that of the system, or the personal I is to be dissolved into the anonymity of discourse. And this is exactly how Foucault understands the lesson of Lacan. Quote, the importance of Lacan comes from how he has shown across the discourse of the mentally ill and symptoms of neurosis that it is structures, the very system of language, and not the subject which speaks. And Foucault continues, what is this anonymous system without a subject that thinks? The exploded I, this is the discovery of the there is. There is one. In a certain way, we return to the viewpoint of the 17th century, but with this difference. We don't put man in the place of God, but anonymous thought. A knowledge without subject, theory without identity, end quote. So in place of the dead God and the effaced subject, there's now discourse, or the impersonal one speaks. Now, this is a serious misrepresentation of Lacan's position, which Lacan himself corrects in another encounter between them, an exchange after Foucault's lecture, What is an Author? So against this dismissal of the category of the subject, Foucault's famous statement, what difference does it make who is speaking? Lacan makes a different argument. He says, I would like to remark that structuralism or not, it seems to me there is no question of the negation of the subject. It is a matter of the dependence of the subject, which is something else. End quote. Now, Foucault will go on to give, I would give a longer commentary on this, it's so fascinating. I mean, Foucault goes on to give his most eloquent expression of this idea that an anonymous one speaks in his inaugural address at the Collège de France. So this lecture, The Order of Discourse. And he begins by musing on the difficulty of beginnings. How to begin to speak, how do I start speaking, and how do I inaugurate something new? So the problem is really the problem that we discussed earlier. Is it a micro discontinuity? Is it a break? Because the problem is, how do I start? How do I start speaking? Which means, how do I begin something? How do I inaugurate something new? How do I call something new into being? And that's deeply problematic for Foucault. And he imagines, why would I even have to start? Could I not simply be part of something that already started long before me and that will continue long after me? And after all, I'm only a part of it and I'm not its origin. So couldn't I just immediately locate myself in a tradition and a speech and a discourse which kind of infinitely precedes me and infinitely exceeds me, in which I would simply become nothing? I wish I could have slipped surreptitiously into this discourse which I must present today, and into the ones I shall have to give here, perhaps for many years. I should have preferred to be enveloped by speech and carried away well beyond all possible beginnings. Thus there would be no beginning, and instead of being the one from whom discourse proceeded, I should be at the mercy of its chance unfolding, a slender gap, the point of its possible disappearance. End quote. This is how Foucault opens his lecture, inaugurating his new position in college. It's quite incredible, but theoretically speaking, we see that the end of the speech, you see that it actually turns into a very beautiful homage to Jean Hippolyte. So it really turns into, how could I possibly fill his chair? That's not interesting, though. That's beautiful, but that's not interesting. The theoretical problem really is the problem, in Lacanian terms, of a master signifier. How do I actually start, begin something new? And Foucault would like to desperately avoid that problem, or he sees it as a false problem. Now, let me make a small distinction. I think from a Lacanian perspective, because it sounds quite Lacanian, but I would change it just slightly. That the subject for Lacan is not what disappears into the anonymity of discourse that speaks in and through me, but the subject is something that emerges in the ruptures or slippages or distortions of this anonymous speech. So for example, one can have the uncanny experience of talking to your friend and all of a sudden you realize you're just repeating stupid cliches. You can actually have, this is very banal, but you understand that you're just somehow voicing the discourse of the other in you. It's the most banal neurotic level, nothing too catastrophic here. Everybody can recognize that. Or you overhear a conversation and you feel like you're listening to the television. That somehow people are not speaking, but it is speaking, they are speaking. That is not the kind of glorious disappearance of the subject into an anonymous discourse. Where the subject emerges in Lacan, and why he insists on retaining that category, is the subject appears precisely when that kind of anonymous discourse ruptures or breaks down or doesn't make sense anymore. And then you see something flashing. But you can't exactly seize it either, because it has the nature of a break. So to put it differently, the subject is not the origin of speech, but neither is it the end product of speech. So we can be a bit sophisticated here. It's not just that I would not be the originator or the origin of speech, but you could also say, well, after all, in speaking, I'm constructing myself as the speaker, so that I only know who I am at the end of the speech. I'm also self-creating myself in my speaking. We can be a bit narrativist here. That's not the point either. And the subject is also not that instance, therefore, that would be dissolved into speech, but it would be that which fails to disappear. The subject is that which fails to disappear, and the subject, in a way, is nothing but the failure of its complete or successful alienation. So the subject is nothing other than the fact that it can't disappear into another element, into the chain of signifiers that passes through it. So the subject I would define as the point of failure of alienation. And even further, and now I come back to the structure of fantasy, this point of failure of alienation has to be marked in the unconscious, so not only as a kind of gap, but that gap has to be inscribed or marked in a material way via a corporeal object. So that failure of alienation is essentially what Lacan calls the separation. The separation from alienation is my representation of myself outside of myself as a partial object, like gaze. That's the structure of fantasy. Now, this brings me to my theoretical point. I would like to say that in Lacanian terms, one could say that the dream of Foucault, the subject would disappear without trace or remainder into an anonymous discourse that precedes and exceeds it, would be a kind of alienation without separation. And conversely, I think we could characterize the philosophy of Gilles Deleuze in exactly the same, though inverted terms. His philosophy aspires to be a kind of separation without alienation. So a kind of realized ontology of drifting partial objects, virtual objects, but without a subject or an other structure or signifying structure in which they would be confined. And this is only very, so this is a very, one should be wary of programmatic statements, okay? But I think this formula can help to illuminate. So if we looked at it further, that's my suggestion, to try to understand conceptually a certain way of, a certain formulation of the problem dealing with the modernist subject and its presuppositions, and to show how the complexity of that structure tends to dissolve into different solutions. So for Lacan, he wants to think together the subject as kind of negative instance and its positivization via an object. And that's the structure of fantasy. And I think we can also read in very similar projects of Foucault and Deleuze, or very different projects, but acts on a similar problematic of that modernist subject, but developing them in different directions. What if we could imagine an alienation without the separation, or a separation without the alienation? So that would be my proposal as a kind of conceptual mapping of different philosophical responses to a similar problem, which would be the heritage, or how do we think through the legacy of post-Kantian subjectivity. Okay. Now, a little bit longer, because I would like now to say a few things about Foucault, how Foucault could look at psychoanalysis, not just how Lacan could look at Foucault. Okay, I have to go very fast. Then I would like to just say something about history of sexuality, which of course changes the whole picture from order of things. And of course, what happens there is, in the order of things, psychoanalysis somehow has a privileged position. In history of sexuality, it doesn't. So it's seen as part of a discourse which Foucault can analyze. So it's now an object. So psychoanalysis is actually treated as a human science and not as a counter science, which is interesting. Okay, so psychoanalysis is symptomatic of, okay, we've heard this, the negative conception of power, which turns repression and the father's no into the paradigm of how power is exercised in society, and it belongs to the confessional regime. That makes of sexuality, and that's what's interesting in this analysis. I mean, the confessional regime for him is a big lie, because it basically makes sexuality into an open secret, a fake secret. You know, a secret that always has to assert its secrecy in order to expose itself again and again. So that I think the best way of explaining like Foucault's analysis of sexuality is that for us modern sexuality is like a big open secret. We constantly delude ourselves about. Okay. And like the erasure of the face of man drawn in the sand at the edge of the sea, the conclusion of history of sexuality is also well known. The rallying point for the counterattack against the deployment of sexuality ought to be not sex desire, but bodies and pleasures. Now, in a lecture at Berkeley in '83, he also repeats this theme. You know, psychoanalysis privileges desire and its hermeneutics. Why don't we go back to the pleasure and the self as the agent of pleasure? Now, I think quite often, you know, we want to ask, the question then arises, what are these bodies and pleasures, and how do they provide a means for escaping the monarchy of sex? Now, I think the first thing we can note is the alternative is somewhat homologous to what was already advanced in the order of things. But this time, instead of man as kind of subject-object of knowledge dissolving into the anonymous discourse, we have the subject of sexual desire, which is caught in a kind of irresolvable tension between repression and liberation. That subject should disappear also into an anonymous element, namely the rhythms and the pulsations of the body. So we have a kind of interesting parallelism, I think. And just as the structuralist notion of discourse offered a way out of that anthropological circle, I think the body provides an escape from the regime of modern sexuality and its repressive hypothesis, which we could call the repressive emancipatory circle. So there's a similar way in which the problems are constructed that I think has not been so acknowledged in the literature as far as I know. Now, what I want to say is this does not mean, so in other words, to the death of man, I think that history of sexuality is also calling for the death of sex. But the death of sex in a very specific way. Again, not death of man, that human beings would disappear, not death of sex. It's not that sexuality, it's not the end of sexual desire and sexual pleasure. And it does not entail kind of free-floating sexuality that would be freed from all limits and constraints. But it aims at something quite specific, so that vicious circle whereby the repression of desire is a necessary moment that always has to be renewed of its avowal and liberation. That's what he wants to short circuit. And that's interesting. Now, what is this other conception of the body? Now, we know that one of the attacks on Foucault, and that's coming from psychoanalysis, and I think it was Jacques-Alain Miller who said that, is, after all, what Foucault wants to substitute for psychoanalysis is a kind of utopianism of the body without limits, unmarked by castration, and so forth. And this argument actually gets repeated a heck of a lot as a kind of line. I think that's extremely weak. And I think the best counter-argument I could make if I was Foucault, I would say something like this. You're right. I do believe in the utopianism of the body, and I even have a very precise concept of it. I have a precise concept of utopia, and we find that precise concept in a 1966 radio address called The Utopian Body, Le Corps Utopique. So I think Foucault should take on that charge. Yes, it is utopian, and I have a concept of utopia, so there. Now, let me reverse this brief text because it's very interesting. It's a very nice, beautiful text, not as well known. It's at the same time as the quite well-known address of Other Spaces, where he talks about heterotopias. It's the same time. Okay, let's quickly rehearse the argument of that. So Foucault offers a description of the body not in terms of repression and satisfaction, but in terms of place and placelessness. So what's at stake is the problematic nature of embodiment. That's what that short text is about. So first he says the body appears as the very opposite of utopia. It's a kind of absolute place from which I can never escape. Wherever I go, my body is there. And utopian fantasies can be understood as so many ways of escaping this pitiless place. And a lot of these fantasies involve kind of alternative or fantastic bodies like incorporeal bodies or erased bodies, or the soul could be the great utopian dream of the body and so forth. Okay. But in a second reflection, Foucault says just the opposite. The source of utopian longing is not in the desire to free the fixity of the body, but rather it lies in the utopianism that belongs to the body itself. For the body is never exactly in its place or at the place where it is. It's not a solid thing with clear borders, but it's a rather porous and opaque thing that seems to be constantly escaping from itself, or things penetrating it to its inside. In this sense, the body is a utopia, is a kind of non-place. And that the body would be at the center of all other utopian imaginings because it itself is the product of its own phantasms. It's not a given place as we first think. So originally the body is not an enclosure with secure borders and limits, but it's a dispersed chaos of limbs, cavities, and orifices. Embodiment is not a natural given, but an achievement that is produced either through identification with the mirror image, so here Foucault follows Lacan, or else with identification with the still wholeness of a corpse. Because you can see in a corpse the body unified outside of itself. So both these things teach us that, quote, we have a body, and, quote, this body occupies a place, things that we don't know spontaneously. Now, in a similar but different way, sexual pleasure also educates us about our bodily being. Sexual pleasure is a kind of pedagogy about the nature of our bodies. And the essay concludes with a very short phenomenology of eros, in which the sexual act is said to make the body present to itself through the contact with the other. Quote, to make love is to feel one's body close in on itself. In love, the body is here, end quote. So, to reiterate my previous point, the Foucauldian utopia bodies and pleasures has a precise sense. It doesn't simply designate a kind of happy, polymorphous perversity prior to being submitted to the law and castration, this kind of utopian dream of lawless enjoyment, but it rather concerns the problematic utopianism of the body itself. So the fundamental instability of the place. So instead of repression and satisfaction, he wants to talk about the place and the placelessness of the body, or the body being the paradoxical site of subjectivity as both its absolute, implacable place and an elusive non-place that ceaselessly escapes from itself. And you could say the lesson is the Foucauldian lesson is you should make love as often as possible because it reminds you, it teaches you that you're actually there and that you have a body, that somehow it gathers the body together. Perhaps missing from this, but still hinted in the essay, is the notion of a partial object. That's what's interesting. At the end of this essay, he concludes with the sexual eros, but sexual eros is a way of unifying the body.
I'm here, I really exist in my body, in the sexual act, a way of unifying it, which would be different. It's not explicit exactly how, but it would be different from the alienating identification of a mirror image or a corpse. But somehow missing here is the notion of a partial object. Okay, I could stop, but I could go on a little bit further. A little bit further. Okay, a little bit further, because this is a more interesting point. Because after that, I think so. The point of my comment is to give you at least an indication of what Foucault might mean by eros that's not caught up in the discourse of sexuality. That's what I wanted to do. But there's a catch. And the catch is this, that the opposition of bodies and pleasures contra the sex desire is complicated by the fact that, as Foucault himself underlines, the discourse on sexuality has itself given birth to a new pleasure. And that's also a very interesting observation. So he says, this is actually probably its greatest cultural achievement. The greatest cultural achievement of the modern discourse on sexuality is this: in analyzing, classifying, surveying, interrogating the nature of human sexuality, Western culture has quite accidentally, but no less effectively, invented a new kind of eros, an eros that would be adequate to the modern technocratic age, the quasi-scientific joy of examining and speaking of sex. That is our modern eros, to enjoy speaking about sex. Quote, "It is often said that we have been incapable of imagining any new pleasures. We've at least invented a different kind of pleasure in the truth of pleasure." So the scientia sexualis, as he calls it, the sexual science, which emerges in 19th and 20th centuries, at first appears very far removed from the tradition of ars erotica, so the erotic art. You know, with its masters and disciples, with its initiation rituals, and its techniques for perfecting bodily pleasure. So it rather subjected the body to the cold gaze of rational inquiry. But the science of sexuality turns out to be a gay science in its own fashion. It gives rise to a new form of pleasure, the pleasure of speaking about pleasure. Now, here's my question. Could psychoanalysis be described in a similar manner? Now, Lacan complained about the social sterility of psychoanalysis, which, while having analyzed the perversions, didn't manage to invent any new ones. So, a quote from Lacan: "Perhaps we should give up the hope of any genuine innovation in the field of ethics, and to a certain extent, one might say that a sign of this is to be found in the fact that, in spite of all our theoretical progress, we haven't even been able to create a single new perversion," end quote. Now, here's my proposition. I think Lacan is wrong on this point. And it's almost like those kind of hapless police detectives in the Purloined Letter, that they, can't see what's hiding in plain view. Isn't psychoanalysis the new perversion that it's looking for? Isn't psychoanalysis the new perversion that it's looking for? What is the perversion of psychoanalysis? What is the perversion of psychoanalysis? And that's bound up with the question why psychoanalysis is not confession. So, on the one hand, I think Foucault is right to point out that somehow this erotic art reemerges at the very heart of a scientific rationality. And I think the erotic art also reemerges at the heart of psychoanalysis, but it's also, against Foucault, why psychoanalysis is not reducible to confessional practice. What is the perversion of psychoanalysis? It's the pleasure of free association. And free association is a very strange thing. It's a very strange art, I would say. It's not part of your normal daily routine. It requires a very specific setting, and it also requires the kind of training, and why not an initiation? So, first of all, why is free association not confession? Let's understand this in very simple terms. The basic rule of psychoanalysis is not tell me about yourself, it's not how do you feel or how do you think about this or that, and it's not even what you want, it's say whatever comes into your mind. That means you should treat your mind in an impersonal way. So you and what happens to your mind, it's not the same thing. You have to absent yourself in a way from the occasion, from the situation, and be able to report on whatever floats up into your mind. So you should be able to treat your mind in an impersonal way. Psychoanalysis, therefore, is a strange practice. I would define it as a kind of monologue for two that's meant to break open the identity of the one. Now, to do that, you have to learn a specific practice, and that's called free association. So ideas float into your mind,
They make connections with other ideas, they drift off in different directions, or else they get stuck, they endlessly repeat, or they turn around the same points, or they fall into silence, etc. Free association. But this is not a confessional discourse, but rather a kind of scientific attitude that regards the mind as an impersonal machine that processes signifiers. And in the analytic therapy, you discover how that machine works. Now, this breaks with the natural attitude of speech and language as communication and self-expression or confession. And I think the closest analog to this is actually surrealistic practices which were developed kind of at the same time about automatic writing or automatic drawing. And it's also somewhat analogous to Husserl, if you want to say, that there's a kind of reduction that occurs. There's kind of something similar to the operation of the phenomenological reduction. For Husserl, the phenomenological reduction was a way to break with the natural attitude of consciousness in order to kind of gain access to a pure consciousness of the appearances. And for Freud, free association is also a kind of break or reduction that's meant to reduce the natural attitude towards language and consciousness in order to gain access to the pure realm of the unconscious. So in Foucauldian terms, what has to be reduced then is the confessional dimension of speech in order for free association to work. If you're confessing, free association will be blocked. So things might float into your mind. You might want to admit certain things or deny certain things. That's not interesting. Or it's only interesting insofar as those confessions themselves get reinserted into the movement of associations. Okay. So that means, in order to be able to free associate, you have to give up the desire you have of the coherence of your discourse, its internal consistency, and also its personal nature. And here is how psychoanalysis can be therapeutic. In learning how to free associate, which again, I would associate as a practice and not a theoretical problem, that's something you have to practice. And maybe the analyst is a kind of master of free association. Why not? Not the master in terms of knowledge, of knowing your problems, but as a specific training of mind. And the patient in free associating enjoys it. Free association has its own pleasure. It's a partial pleasure, the pleasure of speaking and of regarding your mind in an impersonal way, like a machine that's processing signifiers. And that pleasure of the free association can have a positive therapeutic effect. So one could argue, what's the end point of psychoanalysis? Look, your miserable life is not going to be any better. Your miserable life is still your miserable life. But you can have some pleasure, some kind of scientific pleasure, in trying to understand how it is that your miserable life works. And that pleasure, that new pleasure you have, can give you a new force to go on living and doing things. And that is the therapeutic force of psychoanalysis. I take this argument, I'm serious. I take this argument from a Belgian philosopher and psychoanalyst, Paul Moyart, who's developed that at length. But, of course, in this picture, I'm leaving out one thing, and then I come to the conclusion, which is the danger of this picture of psychoanalysis, which I think is, which would be my kind of Foucauldian, strangely Foucauldian image of psychoanalysis. That free association itself is a practice of bodies and pleasures and not sex desire. That's my point. So I'm trying to re-describe psychoanalysis in a Foucauldian point. Foucault probably wouldn't agree with, but okay. The problem of my description of psychoanalysis is this, that if I put too much emphasis on the partial pleasure, on the perversity, on the erotic art of psychoanalysis, I might ignore one essential aspect, which is the dimension of truth, of course, truth. And of course, for free association to work, it can't just be subjective impressions or just pure babble, but there has to be conviction that those are related to how the mind really works. So it has to be related to the truth. And here, so to conclude, if you look at one of Foucault's latest lecture courses, The Hermeneutics of the Subject, in 1981 and 2, he comes back to Lacan and says Lacan is one of the only figures who actually raises the problem of the relationship between the subject and truth. Now that would require a longer commentary because now I just quickly paraphrase, but what he says is, he wants to reinsert psychoanalysis and Marxism into the tradition of care of the self. Care of the self, in care of the self, the subject has access to truth, but a specific truth that is only accessible via an act of conversion. And this is completely allergic to modern science. Because in modern science, everybody should be able to verify the truth without being a convert or a true believer or not. So this ancient notion of truth is that truth is a kind of matter of a conversion or transformation. What's interesting here is Foucault touches on the same problem that's dealt with by Sartre with the notion of engagement, and more relevant for today, the Badiousian notion of fidelity, that a truth procedure is precisely a moment of conversion. And Foucault says, in a way, psychoanalysis and Marxism, let's just stick with psychoanalysis, is a kind of modern equivalent of this ancient idea of care of the self in terms of truth as a kind of transformation or kind of conversion. And what Foucault says is the only people who really raised this question in an interesting way is Heidegger and Lacan. And me, I'm a Heideggerian. I could go into that more, but Foucault says, I've pursued a Heideggerian line on this, not the Lacanian line. Okay. And my last suggestion then is to say something like this. If we use Foucault's criterion, so Foucault's way of analyzing psychoanalysis, I mean, we can agree, I mean, there's something illuminating about the points he touches on. I would say, yes, it's a science of sexuality, but it's a strange counter-science of sexuality that Foucault doesn't admit, but I think it's a counter-science of sexuality because it treats sexuality not as a positive phenomenon, not even in the sense of it's positively repressed, but it treats it as a kind of gap or fissure that can't be formulated in terms of objective knowledge. It's also an erotic art. So I also agree with you. It's also, psychoanalysis is an erotic art, but it's one that cultivates pleasure not in a bodily technique, but in a strange practice of speaking. And lastly, it's also a revival of the ancient ethics of care of the self, but okay, the transformation I think it aims at is not supported by a wider spiritual context or kind of a universal good. And so in this way, we can see how elements drawn from Foucault's work can help to illuminate the unique character of psychoanalysis. If one wanted to do a genealogy of psychoanalysis, or why psychoanalysis was historically important, or what was its impact. Foucault sort of did, but didn't. So if one wanted to do that, one could be well guided by Foucault's ideas on this. But I think there's also limits to this approach, which have to do with the fact that, after all, and Foucault admits, he does not really engage on certain, he simply did not engage deeply on certain with Lacanian theory. And at a certain point, one respects that. I mean, you don't have to do it. You can pick and choose your battles. So at a certain point, we know that he was interested, but he didn't engage deeply. But I think ironically, it's Lacan, and in particular that Lacanian theory of fantasy, that actually fits better the trajectory of Foucault's researchers than Heidegger does. So that's what I think is ironic, that he picked his partner. That's fine. I have no problem. But I think ironically, like Lacan, the trajectory of Foucault's work somehow fits better. Like Lacan would actually be a better partner in some respects. So the last point, restated in a Foucauldian way, the theory of fantasy would be an answer to what a contemporary version of care of the self would look like after the death of man. So the theory of fantasy stands in the same relation to Foucault's researches on the care of the self as the theory of the signifier, or the theory of discourse, stands in relation to his earlier work on the archaeology of knowledge.
Great.
Thanks. That was great. I mean, I will cut short the discussion a little bit. So let's say 10 to 15 minutes.
No, just 10.
10.
Sorry,
and
we
this
is the tactic. I just talk. I
No,
don't have to
it's
answer
fine.
questions.
We were 15
It's
minutes
a very
late
good tactic.
anyway. So and then we move everything 15 later.
No, we just
No,
have a
no,
short
we
lunch.
can't
later.
Yeah.
It's not an option.
You eat less, you have heard enough. So, okay, then we do 2 rounds of questions. I collect, and you have exactly 2 answers for all the questions. And I will see 2, 3 speak. Let's go
And,
with Lorenzo
yeah.
first. No?
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
yeah. No, this is really brilliant. I just have 2 kind of sub-questions or suggestions. The first concerns these whole topics of the body, the topic body, and I think is it not the real problem for psychoanalysis? It's not simply your body and how you inhabit your body, it's the body of the other. And I was actually reminded of a joke. There is this French joke that says, what do the murder and the act of love have in common? After both of them, you ask yourself, comment se débarrasser du corps? How to get rid of the body? And because it doesn't go away, you know. There is the object A that emerges precisely at that point, not. So there is the question of the, let's say, jouissance of the other is also what is basically more the problem that, or it cannot be treated without. So I think this is kind of just and the last the whole is from Hegel whatever. Mantra of the therapeutic value of the free associations as I mean, Lacan says this explicitly, that there is this kind of a pure pleasure principle that is, you just, like this kind of, for me the way you described this was kind of reminiscent of the way you described and refuted earlier this Foucauldian idea of how I'm simply into the discourse, it speaks through myself, I simply kind of empower me, and what is missing here is precisely the subject, as you pointed it out before. So it is the interruption. Yeah.
I said that, okay, the danger of
Yeah,
that is
the
I
truth,
miss the dimension of truth, and I actually said the dimension of subjectivity, but after all, I mean, it's nice to, that's not the normal, I put a lot of emphasis, because it's not the normal picture of the psychoanalysis. There's a therapeutic value in the pleasure of free association, precisely because, you know, at that moment when I'm giving up the pleasure of my life and I think everything is miserable, I discover a new pleasure in just contemplating my misery. And there's something, I think there's something interesting to be said for that there's a kind of erotic art. I mean, I don't think Lacan precisely makes that argument, but your point is very well taken. I mean, I agree.
Yeah, well, thanks for the paper. I found especially the comparative reading of Los Meninos beautiful. I'm very much perplexed about the free association pleasure thing. I mean, really. And I will try to spell it out very, very quickly, because that runs the risk of being the antithesis of what Lacanian psychoanalysis should be. I mean, Lacan says it very clearly. First of all, psychoanalysis is not an ars erotica. It's a close paraphrasis. So any kind of attempt to say it has to do with ars erotica in view of a rapprochement with the care of the self, etc., I don't see where it goes. And more to the point, and this is precisely Alenka's point, but I'll be a bit harsher. Obviously, we do enjoy the fact that we speak. Like, we have jouissance is jouissant for Lacan, right? We speak about sex much more than have sex. But the problem is that this is everyday life. And this is what then makes some of us go to the analyst. So if you actually make the connection between the talking cure and free association and pleasure, that is precisely what happens in everyday life. So psychoanalysis becomes a repetition. Well, from a Lacanian perspective, there is this problem. I mean, what you describe as keeping on living your miserable life, but get a bit of fun by speaking about how often you don't have sex, for instance. I mean, that is something which looks very much like me and you talking, maybe even now.
But come on, I mean, I do understand the point that, look, I specifically made this long kind of to grate a bit. I mean, because it's not, but I mean, be a little charitable towards what I said, because I've tried to be very careful in explaining why free association breaks. I mean, how many breaks precisely with a certain kind of natural attitude. So free association is not, you know, God, that woman drives me crazy. It's not this kind of babble. Free association, I want to describe it, you know, and maybe I disagree with Lacan here. Like, I think it's interesting to think about psychoanalysis as an erotic art in a very specific sense. That free association is a very weird, non-natural practice. The mind spontaneously does work that way in slips and so forth, but the psychoanalysis is an artificial attempt to create the conditions in which one can approach the mind as a kind of impersonal machine. And that's not my normal everyday complaining with my friends and so on. At least I tried to be very explicit about that to forestall that objection. On the other hand, okay, I can understand why maybe it completely elides the dimension of the subject and truth and so forth, but I would say, why don't we also consider psychoanalysis as an erotic art? That's my point. Why not also put some analytic care into this dimension? I don't say it's an experiment.
3 more minutes, discipline.
Okay, I have a question. Thank you for this very illuminating paper. So I'm wondering, what's your take on the pleasure in free association and when it becomes sort of a social technology of control or social technology of production of pleasure under capitalism? And I mean, it's the good old tired question of what becomes of surrealism in a sense.
I don't know. don't think unfortunately, I don't have a very good answer to that. Except, if one wants to, except there is something interesting in the free association that it's precisely meant to break. So again, why it's not confessional? It's meant to break any normative presuppositions about what you should say, about how your desire should be directed. Now, but I see the problem, yes, because my overenthusiasm for this. It's not to create some kind of utopian state of like free pleasures and but it's to create a very artificial state, which nevertheless is in a kind of attempt to maximally free yourself from norms and preconceptions about how you should desire, or even what your life should be about, or how your mind operates. That, I think, is what's at stake, and then why free association is the fundamental technique. And that's what, and on that level, that's interesting, because any norms, so if we want to talk about capitalism or religion and so forth, they all have to be suspended. They all will reemerge somehow in the free association, but in a different way. So beyond that, I can't give a very satisfying answer.
Thank you so much for your talk and for your paper. I have a very quick question. A lot of the approach between Foucault and psychoanalysis hinges on the approach that you see, on the interpretation that you gave us from The Order of Things. And I'm just wondering, what should we make of Foucault's, a bunch of places, especially in 78, where he says, you know what, The Order of Things, it's probably the book that it's least mine. I mean, seriously, a couple of places where he really wants to detach himself from that project. He doesn't seem to recognize that project as being truly a Foucauldian project. Should we simply say, hey, Foucault, you just, what happened there, or what's the... Because then the question becomes, how much weight we should put on The Order of Things in order to play this kind of approach?
I have a simple answer. I mean, Foucault might say forget the order of things, but he repeats, and he repeats that at the end of his life. The most important philosopher for me was Heidegger, but Nietzsche got the upper hand, and he repeats that, and what's the most Heideggerian book in his whole corpus? The Order of Things, period.
David? Yeah, okay. Sorry, then the other questions go to the lunch break.
So, welcome back from lunch, where you were. Before introducing Alenka Stepancic, our final speaker at this Lacan Contra Foucault conference, I want to get to thank you all for being here, as Nadia did already on Wednesday. It's been a heady 3 days with remarkable engagement on either side of that hard, italicized contra. Engagement that, of course, neither could nor should be mistaken for agreement. So, alongside adumbrations of the opposition between Foucault and Lacan, both sociological and analytical, we have in this conversation been confronted by the ongoing splitting of the contra itself. When Joan Kopchak says no, Foucault, for instance, she crosses a historical gulf to place Foucault on the other side of a colon. Not only a borrower of and barrier to Lacanian discourse, but also in some sense its extension or result, or at least that which can follow its norm and can aid in its explication. It is in responding to the challenge Foucault presents, she tells us, that we develop a more rigorous reading of Lacan. Likewise, when Martin Dolar urges that we rethink Foucault's injunction to cut off the king's head, and offers instead a view, Lacan's through and through, of the king's head as at once firmly in place and non-existent. He urges not that we forget Foucault, but rather that we discover the space of non-relation precisely there, where Foucault would have us behead the sovereign, the guarantor of political relations. This space of non-relation is that which is held open in Jody Dean's account by the Communist Party, which practices fidelity to a certain kind of gap between individual and collectivity, a contra within the very possibility of organization, and is faithful to a certain kind of egalitarian discharge. But what practices, what discursive formations can and cannot attend to the gap? It's the latter question that Johanna Oksala asks when she presses us to apprehend a Foucault who arrayed his forces not so much against Lacan, but so much more against Herbert Marcuse and Wilhelm Reich, against a Freudo-Marxism that wanted too much from freedom and hence wanted freedom too much. So too, Aaron Schuster has pressed into service a Foucauldian view of Lacanian analysis as which comes to seem the erotic domain of a radically new sort of erotic epistemic practice, a way of knowing one's symptoms that at once exceeds and subsumes the scientificity from which it springs. If Lacan tells us that there is a gap within what are usually supposed to be relations, perhaps it is Foucault, after all, who can help us understand what we ought to want, somewhat surprisingly, given the typical critiques of Foucault, from that space of non-relationality, of a co-evil, not that, and affect that. Such at least is what Nicolai Morar suggests when he draws out a Foucault effected, brought to some extent into social existence by Deleuze, so much more indebted to Lacan than independent of him. If Deleuze is Lacan and Foucault is Deleuze, is Foucault not ever so much less not Lacan than previously supposed? But of course the identity does not hold, no identity can. That there is no sexual relation, as Lorenzo Chiesa emphasizes, means that there is no measure of identity between, no consubstantiality of the two. Neither Foucault and Lacan, nor Lacan and Foucault, nor yet even Lacan and not Foucault, etc. Instead, sexual liaisons, Congress, and then a space of decision that is ultimately ethico-political and not strictly logical, as indeed perhaps the decision between Foucault and Lacan itself. But, and Robert Meister draws our attention to this in thinking of financialized capitalism beyond the logic of neoliberalism that Foucault wrote about, our very desire for a decision is at once productive of and effective of a regime of value that rests in measuring preferences in order to maximize the capital to be extracted from spreads between valorization and valuation, between expected preferences and actual liquidity. Rohit Gul, too, attends to a crucial gap, in this case, between melancholy and mourning, between enjoyment of the internalized nation as lost object, where loss is commemorated and not worked through. So, what working through do we collectively do? We turn to Alenka Zupancic to conclude the conference and see if indeed that's going to be possible. We're left back at the contra. We're left at the question of biopolitics, sexuality, and the unconscious. Alenka promises to bring into our discourse something Foucault could not, did not, bring into his in a way that's satisfying to really any Lacanian, except for Aaron. A little bit. So, I want to introduce Alenka properly, to the extent that that's possible. Alenka Zupancic is the author of a number of books in several different languages. I'm just going to name some of those in English that have been most influential on us today, and these are her book on Nietzsche, The Shortest Shadow, Nietzsche's Philosophy of the Two, her book on Kant and Lacan, Ethics of the Real, Kant and Lacan, The Odd One In, on comedy, and at the same time, I think the same year, right? Why Psychoanalysis, 3 interventions that stem around questions of being, freedom, and comedy. Alenka's current work, published this coming year brings us to, and this is why I said perhaps she'll help us work something through, the question of sexuality and ontology. Alenka is promising quite a lot. I have no question but that she'll deliver a certain amount of that today. I'm looking very much forward to it. Please join me in welcoming Alenka to the project.
Thank you, Ara. I think I will start by thanking the organizers, not only in my name, but since I'm the last to speak, I think I speak for all the participants of this conference to really warmly thank Ray, Nadia, and Ara for bringing us together here and to make this discussion, for making this discussion possible. Really, we deeply appreciate it. It was kind of extremely pleasant and deeply inspiring event. So I think what you just said, the work that I've been, the things that I've been working on lately related to ontology and sexuality and ontology, or rather the implications of the psychoanalytic take on sexuality for a possible diversion in the discourse of ontology, it's actually not directly what I will present here today, perhaps unfortunately, because today's discussions actually went very much in this direction. It would be interesting to engage with them in this perspective. It is more focused, it is really a paper on Lacan and Foucault, focuses directly on this, but nevertheless, I think you will be able to feel that in the background of this is nevertheless are these questions that I was working on at the same time, and later in the discussion, of course, we can return directly to some of these questions. And I hope you will also all agree with me that it is that I'm in a very difficult spot right now. Speaking today, not only after these two really brilliant presentations that we heard today, but also at the end of this conference, which as a whole has been really extraordinary, and where I guess many points that I will be kind of using in my argument have been already mentioned, so I cannot kind of avoid completing certain points, but nevertheless I will try to make the best of it. As announced, as my entry to the discussion is actually the concept of biopolitics, which, as you know, kind of remains emblematic of a certain divide in contemporary left philosophy. So there are those who are for it, who use it extensively, and there are those who find it problematic or find that there is something missing or not completely productive in this notion, in spite of its many extremely productive aspects. And in this debate, if you want it, this divide, I do align with those who kind of find this notion problematic to some extent. Now, how and why? Since the concept of biopolitics actually emerges with and out of a certain take on sexuality in psychoanalysis in Foucault, I thought it might be illuminating to look at what exactly is going on here, which is more or less what I will try to do. So the first volume of the history of sexuality is also the very book where, for the first time, Foucault kind of introduced really the notion of biopolitics. So although this kind of mapping or putting them together, his treatment of psychoanalysis and coming into being of the concept of biopolitics, although this will also lead us to see, of course, how wrong Foucault has been in attributing certain things to psychoanalysis, and this has been repeatedly pointed out, this is not so much the point. Far more interesting than the question of whether psychoanalysis is in fact and really what Foucault makes it out to be, is, I think, yet another question. Namely, what is the version of psychoanalysis that Foucault needs in order to develop, with its help, his concept of biopolitics? And of course, why? Why is this adversary that he has, or this thing through which he develops this notion, such as it is? So the description and formulation of what a psychoanalysis does is quite essential for the development of Foucault's whole argument in the first volume of History of Sexuality. It is not just an example, it is an example that is intrinsic to and vital for the coming into being of this concept of biopolitics. And of course, although this concept undergoes important modifications in Foucault's later work, I think the problem that nevertheless remains can perhaps be traced back to, so to say, the birth of this notion out of the spirit of Foucault's take on psychoanalysis. Now, what is particularly interesting is not simply the conceptual or political distance or divide between psychoanalysis and Foucault, but the fact that, as a rule, this absolutely irreducible divide takes the form of a surprising proximity. And this also has been already pointed out several times in these past days. So I will try to develop my argument actually at this edge of proximity and radical difference. I will start by briefly reminding us of the quarrel as Foucault stages it in the History of Sexuality. Then I will spend some time pointing out several significant and perhaps surprising proximities between Foucauldian analysis and that of Freud and Lacan. And then in the concluding part, I will kind of insist on what I believe constitutes a radical and also intrinsically political difference at the very peak of these proximities. So, as you've already heard many times, but I will nevertheless repeat it so as to make the whole argument present, Foucault's argument in the History of Sexuality starts out of his critical confrontation with what has become famous as repressive hypothesis, according to which sexuality is one of the prime targets of social repression. And Foucault's argument, aiming to undermine this perception, is that actually in modern societies, sexuality has been anything but repressed, that we have been witnessing a gigantic incitement to discourse in relationship to it, an implantation of perversity, a gesture of bringing sexuality into focus and putting it under the spotlight, seeing it everywhere, making, even forcing it to speak all the time. And of course, psychoanalysis is a paradigmatic player in this story. And part of this invention of sexuality, of its discursive implementation, has also been to institute it as the ultimate secret that has to be talked about and revealed. It's been made the locus of truth and the ultimate object of knowledge, sustained by its very secrecy. And this is something that already Aaron referred to, and I will nevertheless read you two very brief paragraphs by Foucault where this is quite nicely formulated, this complicity of secret and of revelation of knowledge. First quote, what is peculiar in modern societies, in fact, is not that they consigned sex to a shadow existence, but that they dedicated themselves to speaking of it ad infinitum while exploiting it as the secret. And the other quote, we became dedicated to the endless task of forcing the secret of sexuality, of extracting the truest of confessions from the shell. So, of course, you can see that it's clear that the accusation against psychoanalysis that follows from this perspective is much stronger than simply casting psychoanalysis as a technology of biopolitics. It rather casts it as the technology of biopolitics. The very condition of its necessarily double movement of deployment conceived as deployment of something that resists. So this is actually the basic way how this operates. So Foucault constantly warns us against the romanticism that we tend to attach to this resistance. We think that what resists works against the deployment of power, but actually this resistance is its inherent condition. As well as a kind of pacifying trap which makes us prey to the illusion of how subversive we are if we speak of sex or give voice to this resistance. So psychoanalysis does provide both the resisting secret and the way of almost endlessly revealing it and seeing its manifestations everywhere. Psychoanalysis comes as that which will save sexuality from its confinement that it has itself declared as such or invented. So it's like this proverbial lawyer who helps us deal with problems that we would not have without him. So, but my question at this point is, what is that makes this Foucauldian argument actually work? Foucault relates Freud's achievement to a new way of speaking of sexuality and of making it speak. At the same time, and this was already mentioned by Mladen the first day of the conference, the concept of the unconscious is not mentioned one single time in the entire first volume of the history of sexuality, even though psychoanalysis is one of its principal protagonists. And this is strange to say the least, for sexuality enters the Freudian perspective, strictly speaking, only insofar as it is unconscious sexuality, that is to say, insofar as something about sexuality is constitutively unconscious. That is to say, it's not simply about something that we first know or experience and then repress. There is sexuality appears with and out of this negativity, out of this whole of the unconscious. So there is something constitutively problematic, lacking, irreducible to any kind of truth or meaning about itself. It is absolutely essential for Freud. So unconscious sexuality does not simply mean that we are not aware of it, while it constitutes a hidden truth of most of our actions. The term unconscious does not mean the opposite of conscious. It refers to an active and ongoing process, work of censorship, substitution, condensation, displacement, and so on. And this work is itself intrinsic to sexuality, to desire, and its deadlines. It's not performed in relation to it. And so Foucault seems to pass over this moment in Freud completely. And he seems to do so in order to be able to kind of assimilate the Freudian concepts of the unconscious and of repression, Verdrängung, into what he calls repression and repressive hypotheses. An assimilation, of course, that works particularly well in English. In French, you have two terms. You have refoulement for the Freudian notion of Verdrängung, and you have répression for the repression in this sense. In English, this one term is used in both meanings, and to kind of to avoid ambiguity, I will mostly, from now on, kind of use the Freudian term, the German term Verdrängung for repression in Freudian sense, and repression in this Foucauldian more general usage of oppression, performing some kind of force in relationship to something, like it functions in a repressive hypothesis. And I think this is indeed a kind of a key conceptual, or rather perhaps even anti-conceptual move in the history of sexuality. Not being discussed directly, the Freudian concepts of unconscious and of Verdrängung are, as if most naturally, replaced by and assimilated into the more general notion of repression, as well as into the more particular and specific notion of the secret, which, as we have seen, is very important for Foucault's argument. So the concept of the unconscious seems to be for Foucault here in this book simply the way in which psychoanalysis conceptually institutes sexuality as secret, as the secret. The latter being the very condition in its endless exploitation and of exercising power, control, and so on. And I think it is difficult not to see in this substitution of the term unconscious with the term secret kind of strategic and quite deliberate maneuver on Foucault's part. Really, I insist on this because I don't think it's simply a question of error or of superficial reading of Freud. It is clear that before that, in the order of things, he had a very different notion of this. But here he kind of deliberately decides to ignore it and to make this kind of a strange notion of secret that resists out of the Freudian concept of the unconscious. And of course, it is clear that if we understand the concept of the unconscious in this way, there is not much of a dialogue that could take place between psychoanalysis and Foucault. Not because the accusation is so harsh, but because it is not even situated on this kind of conceptual level. It basically says Freud invented a technology, and the concept of unconscious is simply part of that technology. So nothing was gained by this concept in understanding how power works, because the concept itself is part of the modern deployment of power. Or, very simply, the concept of the unconscious has no political use or relevance in this positive sense. And this is, I think, precisely where the crucial dispute lies. So this is, let's say, the basic stage of Foucault's argument against psychoanalysis in this book. And I will now move on and proceed by pointing out a perhaps surprising proximity between his arguments and those of Freud and Lacan, which Foucault also kind of ignores to a surprising extent. For example, a great deal of what Foucault describes as this major global epochal shift in the way modern power operates, seeing psychoanalysis as an important agent of this shift, actually corresponds yes, I think if you can. Yeah. So corresponds very well to what psychoanalysis conceptualizes as the shift from the law of, let's say, external sovereign authority to the logic of the superego and the discontent in civilization related to this. Mladen hinted to this. And I will try to develop it more extensively. Commenting on these notions, this is what, for instance, Lacan writes in 1950, the paper which is part of the decree, Theoretical Introduction to the Functions of Psychoanalysis in Criminology. And note the Foucauldian resonance of this theme. So he says, and this is a famous quote, you probably know it, this is how the concept of the superego came into being. The modern face of man was thus revealed, and it contrasted strangely with the prophecies of late 19th century thinkers. It seems pathetic when compared with both the illusions nourished by libertarians and the moralist worries inspired by man's emancipation from religious beliefs and the weakening of the traditional ties, traditional authority. To the concupiscence gleaming in old man Karamazov's eyes when he questions his son, God is dead, thus all is permitted, modern man replies with all his ills and all his deeds, God is dead, nothing is permitted anymore. So this is 1950. So clearly what follows from this is first that far from producing liberation, the retreat of symbolic authority paves the way for this kind of morbid, infinite scrutiny that Freud associated with the logic of the superego. And it is this logic that generalizes guilt, infusing it on the micro-physical level, precisely for Freud. And it is important to note that this shift and the pathological structures it produced is the very ground analyzed by psychoanalysis. In other words, this kind of generalization of illness is what Freud called, for example, the psychopathology of everyday life, is the way in which psychoanalysis has detected and conceptualized precisely the new modus operandi of power, or the new kind of role that produced the discomfort in civilization. In this sense, the birth of psychoanalysis could be seen precisely as intrinsically linked to the discerning and theorizing, the effect, to some extent, of what Foucault will call biopower and its symptoms. If everyday life is psychopathological, it is, this is Freud's thesis, because precisely power finds a way of inhabiting it from within. Because power is already operative in the seemingly most neutral aspects of life. So the theory of the superego is not a kind of psychologization of social power structure, but a reminder that the social power structure can already be fully operative at the level of the individual psyche. Or just to quote Freud, says civilization therefore obtains mastery over the individual by setting up an agency within him to watch over his dangerous desires, like a garrison in a conquered city. Moreover, what Foucault so insistently describes as the confessional structure of sexuality in psychoanalysis, the almost obscene scrutiny that allows for no outside, everything is important, needs to be told, there is no escape from guilt, even in the most innocent matters, is yet another crucial characteristic of the functioning of the structure that Freud called the superego, as different from the structure, again, of the external authority. And again, a brief quote from Freud, he says, nothing could be hidden from the superego, not even told. So, and actually there is another example perhaps that captures this precise logic of the superego even better than Freud's metaphor of the garnison in a conquered city, and that is none other than Foucault's best known example, Bentham's panopticon. For the point of the latter is not simply being designed in such a way that as to assure absolute visibility at all times of its subject. The point is also that for it to work, nobody actually needs to occupy the central tower and survey the image. In other words, even if nobody occupies the point from which everything can be seen, the mechanism of power and control not only works perfectly, but emerges, so to speak, within each individual cell of the prism. Or in Foucault's own words, I quote Foucault, he who is subjected to a field of visibility and who knows it assumes responsibility for the constraints of power. He makes them play spontaneously upon himself. He inscribes in himself the power relation in which he simultaneously plays both roles. He becomes the principle of his own subjection. So you see, there is kind of, I don't know, at least to my taste, a kind of astonishing proximity in this. This internalization of authority, however, is only one aspect of the Freudian concept of the superego. We could call it the disciplinary aspect. The other is its economic aspect, that of a properly perverse economy described by Freud as follows. The more virtuous the man is, the more severely and distrustfully the superego behaves. So that, I quote Freud, so that ultimately it is precisely those people who have carried saintless furthest who reproach themselves with the worst sinfulness. Now this perverse economy, which actually very much also reminds us of the economy of debt that we were talking about and so on. So Freud's answer to this is to suggest that the persistent feelings of guilt do not come from the sins we've committed, but are fed actually by the drives that we have renounced in a circle of kind of mutual reinforcement. So, these two aspects of the logic of the superego, the disciplinary and the economic one, actually correspond stunningly well to what commentators describe as the shift in the late Foucault from discipline to security, whereby the principle of the latter is, in fact, economy. Wallenstein, for example, puts it as follows, I quote, the point here is the doctrine of liberty, when seen within the strategic field of political economy, is a way to extract utility a material and intellectual surplus value from the individual, or rather to extract this value through the individual as a grid for the interpretation and governing of reality. In biopolitical terms, this means that the activities of the state will be related to a life that always precedes and overflows it, and where this surplus has its origin. On this level, there is no contradiction, rather a strategic complementarity, so that freedom, the spontaneity of acting that must be left to itself, and the deployment of apparatuses of security, which themselves include and even multiply disciplinary technologies, increase and reinforce each other. It's again a very similar mechanism that is being kind of described. And of course, also on a more specific level, the way in which Foucault describes the workings of modern biopower as a game that combines pleasure with compulsion directly echoes Lacan's claim made 4 years prior to the publication of the first volume of the History of Sexuality, that nothing forces anybody to enjoy except the superego. The superego is the imperative of enjoyment, and he adds, Lacan, here we can see the turning point investigated by analytical discourse. So this precisely, I mean, it's quite astonishing. Precisely this is what psychoanalysis investigates. The superego is described as an obscene figure of the law by Lacan, which, far from prohibiting enjoyment, binds pleasure with compulsion, makes it imperative, it makes it an object of infinite scrutiny. Consent combines with inquisition in a perverse law that does not work from above, but from beneath and from within. All this is not to say, however, that what Foucault perceives as a historically determinable shift in the logic and dynamics of power is what psychoanalysis has already recognized and conceptualized as a kind of a completely timeless or completely ahistorical instance of the human psyche, like the superego. Not at all, because the shift to the logic of the superego as socially dominated, put me this way, not as simply invented, but as socially dominated, is clearly perceived by Lacan, at least Freud is more ambiguous on this point, in terms of a historical occurrence. Moreover, Lacan even situates this shift in exactly the same moment as Foucault, namely the quote about the superego being the only thing that forces anybody to enjoy. So the quote about the superego continues as follows, says, a kind of slippage occurred in the course of time that did not constitute progress, but rather a skirting of a problem, slipping from Aristotle's view of being to Bentham's utilitarianism, in other words, to the theory of fictions, demonstrating the use value, that is, the instrumental status of language, infinite productivity. It is from that standpoint that I return to the question of status of being. End of quote. So again, as you can see, there is strangely little disagreement or divergence here. But again, although one could be induced to wonder how Foucault could have been so strangely ignorant about at least the state of the art of Lacanian psychoanalysis at that point, this would be rather missing the point. And as also pointed out several times during this conference, Foucault's project, as it was originally conceived, his quarrel was with a kind of different intellectual movement, which also has found its momentum in that precise time in France, the movement of so-called Freudo-Marxism, or as Lacan, I think Lacan has an even better name for it, he calls it sexo-leftism. So I think it's more going directly to what is the opinion. Because Freud and Marx, these are two respectful names, and this kind of monstrosity of putting them together in this kind of combination actually results in sexo-leftism more than in Freudo-Marxism. So Foucault and Lacan actually and quite explicitly share this combat although Foucault decides again to really ignore this. And I will go on a little bit with this proximity. So in 1973, so 3 years prior to first volume of the History of Sexuality, French television broadcasted the famous interview with Lacan, which appeared in the form of a book a year later. One of the questions that Jacques-Alain Miller there asks Lacan was the following. I quote, "There is a rumor afoot. If we have such bad sex, it is because sex is repressed. Il y a répression sur le sexe. And that's the fault, this is still the quote, that's the fault in the first place of the family and in the second of society and especially of capitalism. This rumor requires an answer." End of quote. So I think if we read this today, and especially after we have read the history of sexuality, it is more than obvious that this question refers to a mindset that was particularly present, imposing itself at that time and place. And as a matter of fact, of course, history of sexuality is one epic answer to these same questions, and it consists in a complete reversal of these presuppositions of the repressive hypothesis. And not only a hypothesis concerning sex, but also concerning the two other things that are mentioned in this quote from Miller, to which Lacan answers, which are family, society. Not only it's repressed by family, it's repressed by society and capitalism. Because in Foucault's argument, he also actually stops at these things and suggesting that, for instance, family was invented not to hinder and pose an obstacle to sexuality, but on the bourgeois family, but on the contrary, to implement it and to make it our constant obsession. This is what family, Oedipal bourgeois family is. And he also says society and capitalism did not repress sexuality, on the contrary, they gave it a discursive support and opened up an infinite number of spaces where it could proliferate, prosper, and in doing so be both profitable and the perfect means of, or paragon of micropolitics and real power. So, but let me return to the question itself, asked by Jacques-Alain Miller, and to Lacan's answer, which, like Foucault's, will be, Foucault's later on will be, is a most explicit rejection of repressive hypothesis and of its explanatory potential. This is the point they absolutely share. Yet there is one crucial difference, which is quite apparent in the response of Lacan. For Lacan, it is not enough to refute the repressive hypothesis and point out that power has a hold on us from within, from all these different places that we cannot actually even see or perceive or feel, and on many different levels. He also aims at pinning down that which makes this possible and how. And here we come back precisely to the concept of the unconscious and what it implies. Thinking in a Freudian lineage, the question of sexuality and its repression makes no sense for Lacan without a third element, that of Verdrängung, precisely. Verdrängung is not one with repression, like Verdrängung, neither is repression the cause of Verdrängung, which seems to be a little bit what this reading suggests. The latter is a third element that makes the whole landscape a bit more complex. We could say in one simple formula, it is what can make sex the delayed and displaced cause of its own eventual repression. The structure, the topology of this kind of two things that incite and reinforce each other acquires an additional third element, kind of a torsion, which is at the same time what is crucial to the unconscious, but also what is the very way of kind of tackling with it and precisely with the mechanism of power that it perpetuates. And this is also why this particular repression that they are both analyzing here in the case of what the repressive hypothesis suggests, can very well take the form of what Foucault describes as incitement, even encouragement, or simply that of the deployment of sexuality, not its negation. And John was talking about precisely this, how the negativity allows for another space in which the same mechanisms of repression go on and they're being reproduced. It's not a simple negativity. It is a negativity that actually opens up a space, a deviation from a straight yes or no. But I'll be returning to this a little bit later. So let me now read you the Lacan's answer to Miller's question. Lacan says, Freud didn't say that Verdrängung comes from repression. That, to paint a picture, castration is due to what daddy brandishes over his bread playing with his women. We'll cut it off, no kidding, if you do it again. Naturally enough, however, it occurred to him, to Freud, to start with that for the experiment. Let's say that as he progressed here, he leaned more toward the idea that Verdrängung was primary. That, on the whole, is what tipped the scales toward the second topography. The greediness by which he characterizes the superego is structural. It is not an effect of civilization, but discontent symptom in civilization. So that we have to re-examine the test case, taking as a starting point the fact that it is Verdrängung that produces repression. Why couldn't the family, society itself, be creations built from Verdrängung? They are nothing less. End of quote. So, I mean, this is not the place to go into kind of detailed commentary of this, but you can see that from this, Lacan very much takes the concept of the unconscious and the kind of a primal repression for Verdrängung implied in it as something actually crucial in understanding how and why power works. It is not simply part of its work, it is not simply its effect, rather it is its foundation, it is the other side or its underpinning. As discursive, power is structured around or above its own point of contradiction and impossibility, and this is also kind of a basic claim of Lacan. This is what master discourse is all about. It's precisely the impossible that gives body to the impossible, precisely. So the primary character of Verdrängung implies that Verdrängung is one with the institution of the discursive, we could put it this way. So there is a structural gap that pertains to discursivity as such, and this gap is what gives to the unconscious its structure, and it is involved by default in all repressions, in all relations of power. Just a brief quote from Lacan. He says, discourse begins from the fact that there is a gap, but after all, nothing prevents us from saying that it is because discourse begins that the gap is produced. It is a matter of complete indifference as concerns the result. What is certain is that discourse is implied in the gap. So this is, again, one of the crucial points that he's making. So the fact that the discourse is implied in the gap is Lacan's way of translating, I think, the Freudian hypothesis of his primal repressions. Famous Urverdrängung that Freud is forced to introduce by his own, I think, theoretical rigor as a hypothesis. That actually, if you are to think repressions in this usual sense of the Verdrängung, in the usual sense of the term, you need this hypothesis of kind of torsion of the unconscious that accommodates them and makes them possible. And in relation to this discussion of power and politics, I would say that the point is to acknowledge that we could say, put it like this: whatever the object and modality of power, the latter never operates simply in relation to this object or even within this object or whatever, but also in relation to its own structural gap, to its own structural impediment, to its own structural impossibility. And actually uses this object also in a certain way to stitch up or to fill in this gap. So this is why the hypothesis of the unconscious as this redoubling of or split or division at its heart, it's crucial for the understanding of the workings of power. So the crucial question is always the question, we could say, of the relationship between the object of power and the later's own structural hindrance or flow. And here, if I may just make a brief digression and relate this to some of the things that have been said, particularly on the first day of this conference, when Mladen addressed this question of how is it actually wrong or too simple to simply pose the problem in terms of one versus multiplicity. So either we have this one or the head or the king's head, or we have the multiplicity, and this was the wrong alternative. And in relationship to this, he introduced, the via Lorenzo and his work, the question of the not one, or the fact that one is not. And I think the way to understand, my suggestion, how to understand this kind of negativity or gap that I am talking about, how it relates to the question of one without actually being the one, and how it complicates the whole divide of multiplicity and one, is to use the following formula, namely that one is not, that this one is not, is. So the very fact that one is not, and it is one that is not, one minus one and one that is missing, actually has a very, very strong way of affecting what is, dictating its logic. It has its negativity. It is the minus one that has considerable material consequences for the way multiplicity as such is structured. And this is why I'm absolutely, my point is that there is no just pure multiplicity. Also the Freudian sexuality, it's not just this kind of pure multiplicity of drives, like this polymorph perverse sexuality, that would then later be kind of imposed upon by certain norms, but not completely, so these partial drives partly remain outside. No, I think the really revolutionary and interesting also philosophically idea of Freud is that actually, and accentuated by Lacan, that this multiplicity itself is already based on a fundamental minus one. I mean, that this negativity structure is even produces this what looks like a proliferation of different practices and so on. So this is a kind of a digression in the sense of the possible ontological landscape that I could attach to this. But let us go on a little bit. So we can say that, for instance, as formations of the unconscious, symptoms are various kinds, and they take different parts. Here also in the case of free associations, this is this multiplicity that goes in all different directions, that seems to be incoherent and very colorful and interesting in itself. But actually, what psychoanalysis insists upon is that even in the free association, there is a kind of a law that tries to kind of reaffirms itself. There is a method in this methods, to use Hamlet's words. And this method, it's not simply a kind of a positive law that we will discover as the law of psychoanalysis, but precisely this kind of ontologically precarious negativity, which nevertheless informs the very logic and its contradiction of the structure that takes place at the very place of this negativity, of this lack. So these different paths, these different multiplicities are by no means irrelevant. They can tell us a lot about the very core of the problem. But the question, when we examine them, follow them, listen to them, should always be also what is the discursive or systemic repression, verdrängung, that is being sustained, covered, and or exploited with and through different particular repressions and their different modalities. And actually this is also precisely the point that the quarrel that Lacan himself has with the turn that psychoanalysis has taken after Freud. His claim is that they forgot all about this, what Freud kind of pointed out here. He says, for example, in actual fact, this dimension of the unconscious that I'm evoking had been forgotten, as Freud has quite clearly foreseen. The unconscious has closed itself up against his message, Freud's message, that to those active practitioners of orthopedics that the analysts of the second and third generation became, busying themselves by psychologizing analytical theory in stitching up this gap. Now this is the gap which he says ties, with it is the gap via which neurosis ties up with a real. That is with precisely the constitutive impasse or impossibility of discursive reality. It's intrinsic antagonism. What this means, very simply put, is this. I would say we are not bound to discursive power because of our human flaws and dispositions. This would be the psychological reading. We are bound to it because of the flaw of the discursive reality itself. Because the gap of the unconscious is literally out there, built into speech and discourse as structuring our reality. And if subject is in this sense response of the real, I mean, this is how it should be understood. Again, in the same sense that Aaron very nicely pointed out, as the interruption precisely of this flow of the discursivity as a point of contradiction, where the things no longer go as smoothly as one would like them to go. And actually the whole thing, I think, about psychoanalysis is precisely how to orientate oneself in this reality which, I mean, there is this topology which gives you the place to respond to something, although you cannot free yourself of this in the sense that you cannot simply step out of this frame. And I think, could one not say that it is precisely the omission of the concept of the unconscious? This is a further consequence, I think, of that in Foucault, that makes actually sexuality fit so smoothly into Foucault's notions of biopower and biopolitics. Namely, I think, and this is another way of looking at it, I think it's quite stunning how in Foucault, actually power behaves almost exactly like sexuality in Freud. It has no central, clearly delimited place, no proper substance of its own, which is why it can be found everywhere, even in the most unlikely places and contexts. The very resistance to sexuality, its taming, hiding, prosecuting, can itself have a strongly sexual character, inciting and so on. The fundamental mode of sexuality is that of a polymorphism, perversion, a kind of sexual, which is a kind of a sexual microphysics, actually, we could also put it this way. So the only thing that does not fit and sticks out of this congruity of the description of sexuality and power is the unconscious. Again. And for psychoanalysis, I think the described functioning of sexuality is already a symptom. It is related to a signifying negativity as its inherent divide and propelling force. So sexuality is not simply, as I said before, pure multiplicity of drives. The latter are already kind of based, or this negativity is included in them. It's like inbuilt in them. And you probably, most of you know this kind of this joke that I already used, I don't know how many times, and not only myself, but I think it kind of allows us to formulate this structure very nicely. It's a joke from Lubitsch's movie Ninochka, when somebody comes to a restaurant and orders coffee without cream, and the waiter says, "Oh, I'm very sorry, but we are out of cream, could it be without milk?" So what is interesting I think here is that this notion of with without, that without cream is not exactly the same as without coffee. And in relationship to it, I think there is, of course, there is this minus one. This is what I mean when I say that there is the minus one that actually affects what, this absence that affects what is there. And in relation to the discussion that we had earlier in the inexistence of sexual relationship and the point that I was making in the discussion, we could also say, for instance, that our interactions, our sexual interactions, are without sexual relation. So it's not simply that, okay, there is no relation, so all we have are these whatever things that we want to indulge into. They're without it in a certain way that you cannot, this is why it is not liberating, because otherwise it could be liberating to say, okay, there is no relation, what, this is a perfect word. I mean, we just, and this is also why there is always this kind of a, for Lacan, the interaction, the non-relation also means that first, okay, you try to focus, let's say, on kind of a solitary enjoyment devoid of the other, but actually what you find at the very peak of this sexual atavistic enjoyment is already the instance of the other, and the other way around. So that they are kind of implicated. The non-relation is not simply you have two things and they don't relate. I think the problem of non-relation, for me, the picture of it resembles more like this Escher's impossible object. You know, when you have like something that is within the other thing, and this is more, okay, if I would like to propose some kind of an image. Believe me, I will just try to conclude as brief, as fast as possible. Okay, so the question is, what is actively furthered or sustained by these micro, whatever repressions that we deal with in the in psychoanalysis. And it is here in this paradoxical redoubling that we can perceive the structural gap, which is conceptualized by psychoanalysis as that of the unconscious. So what is lacking from the notion, I think, of biopolitics or biopower is precisely the conceptualization of this redoubling, which does not introduce a kind of a deeper, more essential level, but precisely this redoubling or this split or this difference as such, which is at the same time, and this is, I think it's a very crucial conceptual tool that actually somehow, for some mysterious reason, Foucault explicitly and consciously decides to not use, to just not, try to think in this way. And this is again what Joan was referring to when she showed us how, pointed out this insistence of Freud that in his paper on Verneinung, that it was very clear to Freud very soon that it is not enough to become conscious of what was repressed. So that even though you can know everything in the form of content, everything there is to know about your repressions, the mechanism of repression still persists. I mean, this is why hypnosis didn't work. If it were like this, okay, you were under hypnosis, you learn about what is there, and then you just confront the patient with this knowledge, and this whole story should end there. But it didn't, because it is precisely not simply about this simple kind of negations, you know, you don't know. The whole torsion of the space that opens between these two things is what is the territory of the unconscious, and also what is a possible territory of the emergence of the subject, of the possible intervention, and so on and so on. So, and I think without taking into account this redoubling, the concept of biopolitics risks appearing itself as an efficient tool of actually biotechnology. That is, as a concept actively closing or stitching up the gap introduced by Freud in the field of thinking of social relations. So in this finally, I just need 5 more minutes, is this okay? And this finally brings us to the distinction between power and politics, the distinction often raised in critical assessments of Foucault's theory by thinkers such as Rancière, Badiou, and others. So this criticism basically insists that Badiou even has this term that biopolitics is a contradiction in terms, and I think in a different way, but similarly, Rancière argues for politics, the notion of politics against the notion of power in this kind. So this criticism basically insists on specificity of the notion of politics as division, which is lost in Foucault. In answer to this criticism, notably to Rancière, Maurizio Lazzarato points out the following. He says, bios, existence, and life are not vitalist concepts to which one could propose the concepts of political division and demos, as Rancière does. They are rather domains of microphysical power in which we find struggles, disputes, subjections, and subjectivations. Okay, this is true, but it is not enough. I think it is true that life, as understood by Foucault, as well as Deleuze to some extent at least, cannot be simply opposed to political division. But this is not because it replaces the notion of political division with the notion of a more dispersed micropower and of a plurality of divides, struggles, and subjectivations, but because precisely life as a domain of microphysical power already presupposes a political division. I think this would be the Lacanian point, the Lacanian political point. There is a divide, or there are divides between multiple instances and layers of social being, but there is also a divide that structures this multiplicity, distributes it in a certain way. And this, for instance, is what Zizek has insisted upon in relation to the Marxian concept of antagonism. That also antagonism is not simply antagonism or struggle between different classes or groups appearing in the social field. It is above all that what structures the very field where these classes or groups appear. It structures the very logic of appearance of the class struggle. So also class struggle is precisely redoubled in a very similar way. Or as I suggested earlier, the micro-relations of power are always based on the verdrängung of an impediment or gap implied in the very structure that sustains them. And this verdrängung is operative, actively operative, in the logic of visibility of social elements and their distribution. So these official binary divides, that is to say, divides promoted by official ideology, for example, the infamous clash of civilizations, as well as what appears as a complex multiplicity of divides and struggles, are the form and the means of perpetuation of this verdrängung. And I will then really finish upon this. I think that there is a joke from the apartheid times that can perhaps help us see also what is at stake here. Namely, the joke goes like this: there is a kind of violent fight that starts on a bus between black people and white people. So the driver stops the bus, makes everybody get out, lines them up in front of the bus, and yells at them, "Stop this immediately. As far as I'm concerned, you are all green. Now those of the lighter shade of green, please get on in the bus in front, and those of the darker shade, please get on behind." And this could be interpreted in different ways, but I think one point that could be made is that this Foucauldian multiplicity of diverse struggles can indeed appear as a kind of 50 or 50,000 shades of green, which actively obfuscate and displace the divide that is structured in this particular social configuration. So that it's redoubled in this precise way. In other words, that micropower heavily relies on repression, perhaps even more verdrängung in this sense, even more heavily than the kind of discourse of the master. This, I think, would probably, I don't know if people would agree with it, but it really heavily relies on repression of this structuring antagonism, this structuring gap. And this is, I think, really to give it just one, I know it's too abstract formula, but nevertheless I will simply say this, that politics in the strong sense of the term somehow always involves reactivating of this gap, finding a way of doing it or taking use of it or advantage of it when it happens by some kind of coincidence. And so for me this is kind of political dimension of psychoanalytic theory, for it means that in fact, that at least in principle, it is possible that following a certain, I don't know, event or whatever, the entire and complex structuring of power is forced to change radically, or to put it very simply, that politics is possible.
We have about 18 minutes for questions. Naji's going to disperse the mic.
Something to be said for the Freudo-Marx.
Wait, can you speak up with the sirens? It's hard to hear.
Mic's not off.
That can also be part of it.
Yeah, on the Freudo-Marxists, I can't say anything useful about Wilhelm Reich, but I'm old enough to have overlapped a bit with Marcuse. And I do think he had a concept of the unconscious. I think he based his Freudo-Marxism primarily on civilization and its discontents, and primarily on the notion that there was a kind of primary repression, which was a repression of primary masochism that resulted not merely in narcissism but in aggression, and that was an unconscious repression. Where I think, and I'm just asking you to kind of refine your argument, because there's been a lot of Freudo-Marxist bashing here just because these guys weren't Lacan. I mean, one of the questions is whether you're arguing that the error of Freudo-Marxism was that they had no theory of primary repression and we're talking only about secondary repression. Another possibility is to say they had no theory of the primary repression as being born again into the symbolic order and the way in which speech itself produces the phenomenon you're talking about. And the third thing, which I observed in my first 2 years teaching at Santa Cruz, many occasions hearing Marcuse argue with Norman O. Brown, was that Marcuse really did not take from civilization and its discontents any account of the death instinct. So that it wasn't primary repression into the symbolic order that was important. The primary repression was the repression of the death instinct and of instinctual dualism. And I'm wondering, both in terms of your own view and in terms of what may be somewhat different, your interpretation of Lacan's view, it matters not merely that Marcuse may not have had a strong theory, that Marcuse's theory of primary repression was a theory of repression of primary masochism. But more importantly, the question is whether Lacan's theory changed from a theory of repression that resulted from birth into the symbolic order to repression of the death instinct? Is the problem with Freudo-Marxism that it has no theory of the death drive?
Yeah, thank you. No, these are important questions, and there are many of them. So I will try to perhaps kind of simplify the answer. So Freudo-Marxism, okay, I mean, there are things about particularly Reich that I actually like a lot. I mean, it is this kind of a crazy figure that really kind of also forced us to he took one bet in this debate and really kind of went to the end, I mean, to the very limit of its testing, if you want to put it this way. So it's not, this was not meant as bashing of Freudo-Marxism, but more like, I mean, the problem of Freudo-Marxism is this very strange thing that even though, and I think this is where Althusser has a very good point, both Freud and Marx, they're extremely compatible in a kind of essential sense, because as he put it, both these theories are theories that actually that are extremely sensible to the fact that one cannot see everything from everywhere. So for him, this is why, I mean, if class struggle is a position that allows you only, there is only a single position that actually allows you to see the landscape, you cannot see everything from anywhere, he says. It is from a certain point of view that you can see everywhere, or everything, or almost everything. And he kind of discerned this in Freud as well, or a psychoanalytic theory, which also, like Marxism, was full of scissions and this kind of revisionism and falling off of different fractions and so on and so forth. So there is a kind of structural, theoretical complicity and complicity, which somehow strangely, the power of it somehow strangely disappears the moment you want to directly kind of complement one with the other. Because basically, if I really simplify to the core, the idea was nevertheless that, okay, Marx got it right, so social reality such as it is unjust and so on, but the problem is that this works as it does. In order to understand why this continues, we need to supplement this with Freud and with a kind of a psychological explanation, nevertheless, of why are we subject to power, how it is that works. So it is this kind of complementing Freud with Marx, which I think was the wrong move, because it is not by adding kind of psychological input or addition to the Marx's theory of the whatever society or class struggle that one can actually get very far, but more precisely in this kind of I would say more philosophically intrinsic, showing how the two structures really kind of correspond without this kind of forming content or libido as a kind of a fluid that will put some life into the more lifeless formulas of this and that. So I think that Marcuse, to some extent, he was part of this. Not only this, but nevertheless, I think the very reason why I accentuate so much that the crucial move in Lacan is precisely that of pointing out not how, okay, we are these weak, finite persons and that we are psychologically susceptible into falling into all these traps, but it's to begin from the other side and say, no, the problem is on the side of the structure, on the side of the very way discursivity is formed, and actually, if we are used by it to, or exploited by it or whatever, it is also primarily because of this impossibility, not because of something in our psyche that would want to be subjected or want to enjoy or want to, even enjoyment, it comes from this outside imperative. I mean, it's this is, I think this is what is very important, and where I think there is more. It is a more interesting combination of thinking psychoanalysis and Marxism, or then in this kind of supplementing or trying to look for what is missing in one in the other, which I think was basically the manure, or the not exclusively but nevertheless of Freudo-Marxism, to try to kind of supplement one with another. So I have to say, and the whole question of the drives and what is, yeah, if it is the debt, I mean, okay, this is the, I don't think we have the time to go into this, because this is a really enormous question, and also what Freud, he himself was very hesitating on this point, and the way he first introduced the duality of the drives, then oscillated, and then stepped back, but yeah, but it's a kind of attempt to get away of a certain layer of psychologization, not as a productive means of explaining where is it exactly that actually power has a hold on us, or something like this. I don't know if this answers any of the
Thanks a lot, Alenka. I think it's, I really appreciate the fact that you take us back to the question of the political motives underlying Foucault's history of sexuality, because I think this is an important question when we critique it or assess its relationship to Lacan and so on. So, and what I have and so I think it's a really relevant, interesting question as to what role the critique of psychoanalysis plays in the political argument that the book is supposed to make. So what is the role that it has for the political work that's supposed to come out of this? And I think, you know, I mean, there has been a lot of, I mean, this I think is undeniable, that there's been a huge political impact of this book. And I think it's mainly, it's not so much biopolitics, but of course queer theory and queer politics. And the biopolitics idea, this of course is another big academic industry that has emerged, but that in a sense emerges from the governmentality lectures, not so much from that book, because it's only the notion of biopower that gets introduced at the very end, and there it is, biopower. And there Foucault, in a sense, distinguishes two modes of it, the one that normalizes the individual, and there I think the critique of psychoanalysis is of course relevant, because it's a normal, healthy sexuality that's important. And then is the biopower that targets the population. And of course this branch, in a sense, gets only really developed in the lectures, where it's all about population and those types of sciences that gather knowledge about population, statistics, economics, so on. So I'm not in fact sure if the critique of psychoanalysis plays an important role for the development of biopolitics. I think it plays a really important role for the political project of what we would now call queer politics and queer theory. But this is a slightly separate political outcome in a way.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think my answer would be simply, yes, of course, I'm well aware of this. It is also kind of a I mean, I don't think there is any contingency in the fact that after the first volume of History of Sexuality, there was this long pause, interruption, where, because there, yeah, he introduces, okay, he focuses on sexuality, but he introduces this concept. Then you have the silence, and I think the next book is in 84, yeah. And at that point, it is absolutely clear that the two questions take off in different, in completely separate directions. It is Foucault, pursues the problem of biopolitics in terms that you just referred to, and he then returns to sexuality later on, only in this frame, from this different perspective, which is basically constitution of experience, care of the self, and so on. So it's clearly that somehow they appear together, then they separate, and but so this part for me is clear. And it's also the biopolitics then nevertheless reoccurs and is pursued in relationship to the reference to neoliberalism, which nevertheless I think has a certain resonances with some things that I was trying to point out in this part when compared with super-ego and stuff. So there's kind of a liberalism which actually freedom that is needed in order for the exploitation of free work. So, my point, and okay, this is clearly something that could be a subject of discussion, is that although this concept of biopolitics develops, changes very much in the later period, the problem that, at least in my view, nevertheless remains precisely this kind of a difficulty to situating any point for which this kind of a system could be mobilized against itself or whatever. This particular problem of this notion is nevertheless could be perhaps traced back to the way how he deliberately casts out or discards this redoubling intrinsic to the Freudian notion in the unconscious at that point when he first thinks of, or this was basically the thing.
We have time to take in a row one or two last questions together, I think, and then give the last word. We have.
I had enough of last word.
Based on the sex politics of Reich, Wilhelm Reich, actually, how to sum up, how would you figure out libertarian or liberating, if you want, traits within the composite multiple thought of the two men, Foucault and Lacan? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not sure that I understand. Based on Reich?
Yes, because I agree with you that the synthesis between Freudian and Marxian notions is very interesting and useful, for any revolutionary social movement. So, to what extent you see libertarian, based on this notion, if you want to apply it, to the thinking of both men, to what extent you see libertarian or liberating traits within their thinking? Thank you.
Are there any other questions to twin with that? It's your last chance to ask a question. You'll never be able to ask another question.
Though if I think I gather that this question to some extent relates to the other question, the first question, or not at all. I mean, Reich is very interesting. I mean, it's not really, I really don't want to simply dismiss this discussion, but I wanted to pursue, first Foucault's still criticism of precisely this kind of interpretation that he detects as, we all agree, was more or less associated with the name of Wilhelm Reich. But this is not to say, I mean, we could take this, all that I have been developing here from another perspective, and this is actually what we did at one point in Ljubljana. There was a very interesting conference around Andrei Platonov's text Antisexus. I don't know if any of you know this text. It is a kind of this text, but nevertheless, it is clear that there is a whole. If we take the whole, there is a whole. The fact is that the 20th century emancipatory movement in Russia, in particular, were very much convinced that somehow sexuality also is a crucial player in the question of emancipation. Now the question whether, also as Aaron pointed out in his participation, whether it is that we have to be liberated from the sexuality as such, because it precisely that kind of holds us within the cage of social relations, or it has this kind of bourgeois obstacle, is the bourgeois obstacle to the realization of new men, or is it that we have to liberate sexuality in order for this social body to function in a more harmonious way? This was all the time it was a kind of non-resolved debate, but it was precisely, I mean, it is quite amazing to what extent the 20th century kind of emancipatory movement did kind of, or discussions did take place also around this, precisely this nexus, let's say, of sexuality and politics. Is as if there is something intrinsically political once you really kind of try to open the question of the sexuality in its very impossibility. Not the sexuality, should it be regulated or not, but the moment you kind of try to think of it in a rigorous way and you come against this kind of inherent impossibility, you stumble against the fact that we are somehow already in the political realm. And there is a nice scene that I like to evoke as well. There is a movie called Freud, The Secret Passion, in which actually Freud is portrayed, I mean, he's delivering a lecture. It's a very nice scene. He introduces to this audience of men, they're only men, he gives a talk on infantile sexuality. And the whole scene is really, it ends in a kind of they are completely outraged at this lecture. People like scream, they spit on the floor against Freud, next to Freud and so on. But what is really interesting is that at some point the chairman kind of tries to restore order, and he says, "Gentlemen, gentlemen, we are not in a political meeting." And it is kind of so I think what is, for me, what is liberating, if this was your question, or what is emancipatory in this, is precisely the way it kind of help us think and inscribe in the very landscape that we are thinking this impossibility, which is left outside or not directly tackled with, is actually the very source that could be infinitely exploiting all in both ways, by being liberally allowed or prohibited in the kind of social reproduction of power that is taking place. So to kind of resist this and to insist on this nonsensical, or the part of it, it's kind of liberating not only in itself, but particularly in reference to this theory that here at this point both Lacan and Foucault insist on. That it is liberating in a different way, not by liberating sexuality and kind of everything is allowed, but precisely by looking at what happens when everything is allowed, and then to start from there.
Well, please join me in thanking our And don't leave until Nadia tells you what happens next.
For those of you who don't know, there's a lecture at 5 for Professor Robert Meister on